私が幸せじゃなかったら、満たされてなかったら、こんな物語は書けないよ。なのに、忘れて、ごめんね。
神様の声、空気力学、ギリギリの場所に立ち見上げる世界で生まれた言葉、空を埋め尽くすよ。さあ吐き出せ、世界を作り直すんだ。空の青、水に変わり溺れる人々。
遥か遠く続く果てなき道、小さな笑顔守る、すべて捧げて心重なる、言葉より強い絆に染め上げてゆく、一つになることで記憶をたどる水墨の旅、続けてあらゆることを受け止めるから、言葉はいらないの、それは永遠に。
桜舞う夜にもう一度夢を見よう。現実を脱ぎ捨て花になろう。遥かな風のささやき、耳を澄ませばソフトウェア。Amatsutsumi.
Hello, and welcome back, and let's continue where we last left off. Okay, so the way I'm gonna treat this is that, well, you don't get like a second option here until you finish the first option, so this is gonna be sequential anyway, so this is gonna be like part 3, part 4, whatever. Alright. Like we have any choice. Kill her. When I return to the waiting room, the Seifuku wearing Hotaru is still standing there. She looks at me sadly.
ひどい顔。大丈夫？
You're. I start to say, you're not the Hotaru, you know, but I stop and shake my head. But what would be the point of saying that to this Hotaru? No matter how unsatisfied I am with the situation, There's no reason for me to take it out on her. How much do you know about all this? So I asked her a question instead. This new Atarashi Hotaru looks uncertain, but she nods.
多分、大体のことは、わかってる。誠さんの知りたいことは、何もかも答えられると思う。だって、あなたが会ったあのオリジナルのホタルは、私でもあるから。
So this is the thing I was talking about in the last upload. They are literally like a copy paste of the Hotaru that we see on the bed, but like they're healthy and they only have like a 1 week lifespan. But all the knowledge that whatever the original has, I'm sure they're gonna have anyway. So that also makes me think that if you allow if these copies of Hotaru, if they have more than like a 1 week lifespan, and then they go through the same suffering that the original does, I'm pretty sure they're gonna end up the same as the one in the bed. But anyway, that's what I believe. Anyway.
ホタルが何を考えていて、何を望んでいて、何をしようとしているか。全部、私のことだから。だから、オリジナルのホタルが、いろいろとひどいことを言ったと思うけど、まず、ごめんなさい。
Sorry, I got distracted. I'm working on the side, but let me stop working. I really want to read Mia. I really want to read. She apologizes, even though the other Hotaru seems like a completely different person from her. At this, I managed to finally calm down. Go in. I gotten a little heated.
当然だよ。
What on earth is going on here? Hearing my vague question, Hotaru thinks for a while.
まず、ホタルじゃなくて、私のことかな。私も、これまでのホタルと何も変わってない。今までもずっと、私のことを同じ人間だと思ってたでしょ？
That's true. No, I sometimes felt something was off. I never suspected that I was meeting a different Hotaru every week. But what about the other Hotaru? What's
オリジナル、
original?
本物という意味です。あのホタルは自分のことをそう考えている。
I see. When there are so many Hotarus around, it's a good idea to differentiate them somehow. It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel right to think of that thing as the real Hotaru. But sure, I'll call her the original for convenience. He's still in denial. I think this guy really he hates the original so much that he can't even he has a hard time reconciling that it is still she is still Hotaru, man. Like she is a Hotaru that went through so much suffering and she can't help but lash out, But anyway. You say that you and the original Hotaru are the same person, but your personalities seem polar opposites.
それは、
I hope she explains it to him so he understands. She frowns. No, this is an expression of fear.
健全な魂は、健全な肉体に宿る、なんです。病気ではなく、痛みも苦しみもなくなれば、ホタルは、こうやって普通でいられる。自分が1週間しか生きられない作り物であったとしても、それでも、健康な自分に戻れたことを感謝して。
You know what's funny when she says that as soon as I was born for her, I felt so grateful to finally be healthy again. So I doubt that if the original suddenly starts getting healthy, she went through like months of like suffering and through anguish. It's hard to like remove all that, but I don't know, man. It could also be the same because the way the clone Hotarus are the astral projections or whatever you want to call them. I think they're born at the moment with all the memories and knowledge of the memory that's uh with all the memory that the original Hotarus has at that moment. So it might be possible that as soon as she starts being healthy, she starts acting like this. I don't know, but there's also like they have full awareness of they only have 1 week, so they don't get to fuck around compared to like the original who knows she's dying. She went through a lot of pain. Well, okay, probably I could even consider it as a sunk cost, but like the original probably is like, I'm still suffering now. I feel bad. I don't know how long I'm going to live, but I'm still suffering. Okay, but for some reason she's really motivated to stay alive. But oh well.
それどころか、あんなに人を憎んで、傲慢な自分を客観視すれば、汚いとさえ思えてしまう。それこそ、死ねばいいのにって。あんな、頭がおかしくなるような痛みと苦しみは、いや。
Her face goes pale as she remembers how it felt. The original Hotaru, who hears that more than anything and hates everyone. And the copy, who is thankful to be alive, loves others. What a difference. Yes, the power Hotaru developed on her deathbed was a horribly ironic one indeed. Hotaru raises her face to meet my eyes. Pale with fear just moments ago, now a slightly flush.
で、だから、ね。私もホタルで、本当はもっとシリアスに、いろいろと話すべきことがあるのは分かってるんだけど、ね。それより、私としては、一番気になることが、ね。
Yeah, I don't, we don't know how much the last week Hotaru provided info to the original, so the copy Hotaru might be like, she's only aware that she fell in love with Makoto, but like, don't know the details. What are you getting at? She pauses for a moment, then continues.
だから、命の危険が危ないとか、私がどういう存在なのかをもっと説明した方がいいと思うんだけど、そんなことより、ね、私たち、本当に恋人になっちゃったの？
At a time like this, that's what you're thinking about, huh?
私にとっては、すごく大事なことだよ。
Honestly, like, I was thinking about this all day. I was like, what if the original found love herself? She experienced this herself. How much would it change her? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they'll have that. She shouts at me, a pitiful look on her face. As I listen to her in amazement, something tense in me begins to finally relax. No, you're right. It is really important. I know it must look awkward and forced, but I somehow managed to put a smile on my face. And just by doing that, I already feel a little better. If Hotaru and I hadn't become koibito, we never would have come to this point. Yes, we did. You and I love each other very much.
そうなんだ。そう。 いや、察してましたし、理解しまくりですけど、くすぐったい感じがするだけで、ホタルは超余裕ですけど。
She's weak when it comes to matters of love, as usual. She may not share any direct memories with me, but she's the Hotaru. Tonikaku. What specifically does the original Hotaru want to make me do?
ホタルは、ただ、生きたいだけ。
She shakes her head slowly.
強がって見せてはいるけど、オリジナルのホタルはもう、この夏どころか、1週間も持つかどうかわからないんです。怖くて、頭がおかしくなるくらい、ただ死ぬのが怖いだけなんです。だから、あなたに助けてもらいたいと願っている。
How am I supposed to do that exactly?
今の条件では、思いついていません。
That's pretty haphazard of her.
あなたの力が恣意的すぎるんですよ。
Arbitrary. Somebody not based on logic. Well, I can't blame her for saying so. Even I don't know exactly what my Kotodama is capable of.
それに、
She hesitates before finally deciding to add one more reason.
あなたがホタルのことを好きになれば、必死に考えるだろうって。ごめんなさい。
I know. The original Hotaru said a lot of complicated stuff, and she was overly emotional while delivering it too. So there was a lot I didn't get. But the gist of it is simple. If I don't save the original Hotaru, this Hotaru will disappear too. That's all. She's a hostage. I know this. So the easiest thing would be for me to leave before I start getting too attached to this new Hotaru.
そう。1週間経って、もしも誠さんが、ホタルは手に負えないと思ったら、その時は、気にせず、恋人ではなくなってください。
Last week's Hotaru must have anticipated this. And so she was kind enough to tell me that I didn't need to worry, that I didn't have to save her. Demo. Even if the Hotaru I loved is a totally different person is now gone, I don't think I can just leave this Hotaru to die. Well, for now, let's just go home. It's not like there's anything we need to do right this second, is there? I take out my getai and look at the clock. At this point, it's more early morning than late night. It always helps to sleep on things before making a decision. So let's do that before we discuss what to do next. I say partially out of concern for her, but I really do want to sleep too. Totally understandable. Normally, I would have been in bed long ago. Besides being very sleepy, all the crazy things that have happened in the last few hours are numbing my brain. It's too much for our guy, man. He really went for retard maxing, man. Sleeping will definitely help me think more clearly about all this. And most of all, the original Hotaru's grating laugh is still ringing in my ears. I hope that sleeping will make it go away. Would you be willing to talk with me tomorrow?
むしろ、ホタルがそうしてほしい。
She murmurs, sounding a little bit forlorn. Her voice is like a child that got lost somewhere and can't find its parents. So I reach out to her. She shrinks back a little, but doesn't try to evade my hand. I put my hand on top of her head and stroke it. Today, you'll sleep well and have sweet dreams.
え？
Oh yeah, bro, you forgot it doesn't work? Maybe he just wanted to say it. No, I think he just wanted to say that. It's just a thought. My kotodama doesn't work on her, so my words might not have much meaning. But even mere words are wishes too. That's what you taught me. so I'll believe you. Oyasumi nasai. I rouse my half unresponsive body and begin to leave. Then I hear Hotaru's voice behind me.
ねえ、誠さん。
I turn back to look at her. She's still standing there looking at me.
一つだけ教えて。
Nani?
ホタルは、あなたに何度でも恋をするの？
A bird, trapped in the darkness, unable to fly. A natural smile finally rises to my face. I hope you will. Ohayo gozaimasu. I didn't sleep very well. I put myself to sleep with Kotodama last night to try to avoid this, but as I expected, nothing compares to natural sleep. I sit up in bed, but just stare drowsily instead of getting out of bed. Bright summer sunlight is streaming in through the window, but thanks to the air conditioning, the temperature in my room is comfortable. That's a pleasant summer morning. Oh, thank God, Natsuyasumi, right? Everything is so calm and peaceful in my room that I almost wonder if everything at the field and the Yoin was a dream. It wasn't, was it? I really don't think I'm capable of having such complex and detailed dreams. Well, I should really get out of bed. Out of habit, I grab my ketai and check the time. It's 11 a.m. Ah! It's almost noon! Mazui. Natsuyasumi has started, so I won't be late to school or anything. But someone has to make breakfast, and either I or Kokoro was supposed to be on the Kisaten duty today. I hurriedly change into my clothes and head down to the first floor.
おはよう、お兄ちゃん。
Oh, hiya. There aren't any customers around, but I can tell from what Azagi-san is wearing that the Kisaten has already opened for the day. And Kokoro isn't around, which means I was the one who was supposed to be on duty today. Gomen, I totally overslept.
いいわよ。夏休みなんだし。それより、朝ごはんはどうする？もうすぐお昼になっちゃうけど。
Oh, I guess I'll wait for lunch then.
はーい。
For some reason, Azagi-san is grinning at me. Is my hair messed up or something? I can't really touch my head, but I can't feel anything weird. No, is there something funny about me?
にゃ？誠くん、一番しっかりしてるようでいて、意外と寝坊とか可愛いところがあるなって。
So, I feel a little embarrassed. Where are Kokoro and Mana?
二人で映画を見に行ったみたい。
They didn't invite me.
そりゃ、彼女待ちの男なんて誘わないでしょうよ。
Is that how it works? But regardless, I'm impressed at how normally the world keeps turning, regardless of what's happening with me and Hotaru. This house and this Kazuko is no exception. I'm reassured by that knowledge. Wait, I shouldn't stand here pondering. I have a job to do. Alright, let me get my apron on.
ああ、しばらくいいわよ。
Huh?
どうせだから、お兄ちゃんとココロは、しばらくお店の手伝いも夏休みにしましょう。
Oh, but...
いいのよ。もともとは私だけでやっていたんだし、最近は調子もいいから。
Isn't that very convenient?
というか、正直、ココロならともかく、お兄ちゃんに店に入られると、私が暇すぎるのよ。自分の存在価値に悩むことになるし、さすがに少しは仕事させて。
I can tell she's not just saying that to be nice to me. What should I do now?
ほらね。やることないと暇で困るでしょ。
I see what you mean. No, this is good. This means I can go and see Hotaru right away. Alright then. I'll be going out for a while.
どこへ
To see Hotaru.
そこにいるわよ。
Oh no, no, no. What kind of Katashi am I? What the fuck, man? I didn't even know she was coming here today. Huh? I look in the direction she's pointing.
こんにちは。いや、おはようございます。
Just as stealthy as usual. I bet she was messing with me by trying to stay quiet and see how long I'll take to notice her. Cut to think of it. Her faint presence must be because she's a copy of the original Hotaru. No wonder that Neko didn't recognize her as a threat.
1時間くらい前に遊びに来たんだけど、誠くんが起きるまで待っててくれたのよ。
Oh, ごめん。悪いな。
いえ、あずきさんとおしゃべりしていたので時間を忘れていました。嬉しいこと言ってくれるわね。お世辞とかじゃないですよ。本当に楽しいです。
Excuse me. Oh man, am I getting? It's the wrong time to have this cough. I know exactly what she means, so I'm not in agreement.
どうせなら、ホタルちゃんもうちの子になっちゃえば。
You just know.
誠くんやマナちゃんも最近戻ってきたばかりだし、どんどん家族が増えていってる感じがしてるのよね。
Ah, it looks like the kotodama in her is starting to run out. I've been reapplying it periodically, but as I've gotten used to being part of the family, it's easy to forget to do it. Wait, I thought he was totally fine with like Azuki-san being like knowing he's not actually part of their family, but like she, you know, Ka-san,
何？
Mana and I are your children.
そうよ。何言ってるの？別に二人が子供じゃないみたいだなんて言ってないわよ。
Unless
へえ。
Hotaru realizes what I was doing and makes an impressed sound. Alright, Hotaru. Can we talk alone for a minute?
いいですよ。
Inside or outside?
外で。なんかエッチいわね。
Okay, yeah, it actually does when I think about it. She'd always be inside. What does?
いいえ、いいんだけどね。
Azuki looks dubious, and Hotaru looks relieved. What's this about?
二人ともゆっくりしてらっしゃい。
We will.
お茶ごちそうさまでした。お客様じゃなくてうちの子のお友達ならいつでもいたらよ。
With that odd send-off, the two of us leave their house.
朝よりも暑くなってきましたね。
Hotaru looks up at the sky and opens her parasol.
この日傘、誠さんがプレゼントしてくれたんですよね。
I see. So she still goes back to the room. I mean, I guess. はい。
使うのは今日が初めてです。私は。
She leans it on her shoulder and begins the toilet. You're in a good mood today.
わかります？
Yep, more or less.
ホタルの恋人だったんですもんね。
A difficult expression rises to her face.
機嫌がいいのは日傘のことだけじゃなくて、自分だけで秘密を抱え込まなくてもよくなったからもあるんです。
I see. That must be important to her. All the Hotarus before her must have wanted to open up to me or Kokoro and ask for our advice. In retrospect, there were a few times when they were clearly wavering. They wanted to tell us that they were copies of the original Hotaru and that they were fated to disappear by the end of the week. They wanted to tell us that they had no memories of anything before the current week, but they couldn't. Because that was their way of being kind to us.
それより何の話をするにしてもあまり人のいない場所の方がいいですよね。湖にでも行きましょうか。
Let's go somewhere else for a change.
たまには
I'm a little unsure how to handle her reaction. Well, recently, Hotaru and I have been going to the lake a lot.
ああ、今のホタルが知らないことを口にしたってそんなに気にしなくてもいいですよ。そんなことを気にしていたら何も話せなくなります。
Well, that's true. I scratched the back of my neck. Hotaru chuckles at my discomfort.
でもそういうお気遣いはありがとうございます。じゃあ学園に行きましょうか。
Gakko? Gakkoen? I didn't expect that. I was thinking of suggesting the koen.
休日の学園は静かで落ち着くんですよ。夏休みだから部活の生徒は多いかもですけど。
Do we need to wear our seifuku? I look down at my t-shirt and jeans, but Hotaru starts walking with a smile, twirling her parasol behind her.
誰かに注意されたら言霊で何とかしてください。
We walk along the usual route. It feels strange to be heading to school at lunchtime, especially since school isn't even in session. Ah, the kyokai. We arrive at the front gate. I realize where Hotaru probably wants to go.
落ち着きますよ。
She smiles slightly and puts away her parasol.
ホタルは神様に興味はないしクリスチャンというわけでもないんですけどね。でも祈りを捧げてみたくもなります。それらしいお寺が近所にあったら禅の方に走ったかもしれませんが。
We run into a few students along the way, but though they notice us, they don't say anything. The inside of the kyokai is nice and cool. And just like the last time I was here, I feel my sweat drying. Did you sleep well yesterday? I start with a light topic. Facing me with the altar behind her, she smiles.
いえ、嘘です。いつも通りの浅い眠りでした。
Itsumodori. Oh, my kotodama didn't work after all. But I think we're both calmed down a little since last night.
ホタルはそもそも想定通りの状況なので、落ち着いていなかったのは誠さんだけですけど。
So, I'm a little disappointed in myself for feeling satisfied rather than irritated at what she just said. For a long time now, Hotaru has given me helpful advice in various situations. She's smart and comes up with solutions I can't. So, if she wanted to manipulate me, I'm sure it would have been easy. She had every chance to do so.
ひとまず、私の知らない昨日の話を詳しく聞いてもいいですか？
Sure. I sit down on one of the pews and think back to that dark room and its sickly sweet odor. There, I learn who the original Minazuki Hotaru was. I learn that she is very ill and on the verge of death. I learn that she acquired the power to create copies of herself. And I learn that those copies of her live for only 1 week and disappear at midnight every Sunday. In that room, I found myself overcome with rage. I learned that in order to save my Hotaru, I'll need to use my kotodama to save the original Hotaru's life. And I learned that the original Hotaru was susceptible to my kotodama, but only when she wanted to be. And that's about it. It had seemed like such a long, emotional conversation last night, but I guess it wasn't that hard to summarize quickly. Hotaru tilts her head to the side blankly.
言霊でオリジナルのホタルを救うことはできますか？
To save a life, you probably need to sacrifice another. Now, I'm not even sure of that. I feel like I've talked about this often. That must have been because all the previous Hotarus asked me about it.
以前から聞いていた話の通りですね。
If she's in pain, I could make that go away. I could make it so that she'll die without suffering properly.
おそらくオリジナルは死を認めることや自分に都合の悪い言霊は受け入れないでしょうね。
Soka. I had considered stopping her scheming by simply erasing her memory, but I guess that won't work either. It must be because of her so incredibly strong will that she was able to gain a supernatural power as a human being. And then I remembered there's something I had to say to the nervous looking Hotaru standing in front of me. I bow apologetically. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to think of a way to save you. Not the original Hotaru, but you.
いえ、そんなことで謝らないでください。今のは単に誰の犠牲も出さず、オリジナルのホタルをどうにかできるなら程度の質問だったんです。
That's not what I mean. I trail off again. I trail off, then try again. I want to apologize for not noticing that you were hurting and not helping you in the past. This time around, I'll make sure to.
助けなくていいんですよ。
I stare at her. I almost wonder if my ears are deceiving me. But Hotaru shakes her head, still smiling.
オリジナルだけでなく、私を救う必要もないんです。このまま、また楽しく1週間を過ごせれば、それだけで十分なんです。
Demo. I swallow, my throat dry. But then, you'll disappear again.
はい。
A smile remains on her face, but I see that her fists are clenched. Under that smile, her face is a little pale. No matter how brave a face she puts on, Hotaru had spent a sleepless night suffering. And before she disappeared, she had admitted she was afraid. And yet,
でも、いいんです。
she keeps smiling. I can't understand her. What do you want to happen? I mean, you personally. Her smile is inscrutable. I realize that although I finally met the original Hotaru, I learned so many hidden truths. I still don't understand what this Hotaru is thinking. The one remaining mystery is her. You were the original Hotaru until you were copied last night. So, doesn't that mean what you want is the same as what she wants?
そうですね。
She nods. If that's the case, it would mean the Minazuki Hotarus are working together to manipulate me. This copy of Hotaru becomes my kanajo, Hoibito, so that in order to save her, I'll be forced to save the original Hotaru, just like the original said. But that can't be what's actually happening. And the copies I met were really working with the original. They could have easily have hidden that fact from me until it was too late. But if anything, much of what they said to me in the past seemed to lead in the opposite direction from the original's plan.
言わないとダメですか？
Onegai, if you can.
いろいろと遠回しな話になったりもするんですけど。
We have time. I may sound sarcastic, but the afternoon won't be over for quite a while. Hotaru glances at the sunlight streaming in from the windows too.
そうですね。私がオリジナルと違うのは、違うことを考えられるようになったのは、運命を感じたから。 あなたと出会うために、私は生まれたんだなって。だから、あなたを好きになることが、私の目的、かな。
She smiles while answering my question, but she's not joking. She really means it. And the smile is a bashful one.
私がオリジナルの時もそう思っていたんですよ。自分が不治の病に侵されている時に、奇跡の力を持つあなたが現れたって。それまではコピーの力も、その存在も、今は私のことだけど、ただただ疎ましかった。自分の代わりに外を元気にうろついて、友人や家族や、私のいるべき場所の何もかもを奪った最悪の人形。
She looks up at the ceiling, remembering. I certainly hear a hint of the original Hotaru in the words she's using. But the rage that welled in me yesterday doesn't appear this time. Akagami. And it seems to me like you regret that now.
そうですね。わかりやすく一言で言えば、そうなんだと思います。どちらかといえば、贖罪だと自分では思っていますけど。
She looks back down.
自分が心の底から憎んでいた人形に、自分がなってしまった時、理不尽だと思いました。生まれて最初に目にしたものが、私が健康であるだけで憎いという、自分からの殺意のこもった視線で、1週間で死ぬだなんて。夜の薄暗い病院を出るまでは、オリジナルの時の感情のまま、恨み事をこぼしながら歩いていました。でもね、
She smiles.
外に出た瞬間、どうでもよくなっちゃったの。
So, literally just saving the original Hotaru automatically turns her into the Hotaru in front of us, I guess. That's simple then.
その時、私は、一度は離れてしまった世界と、また繋がることができた。首と手のひらに汗が吹き出して、今が夏だって思い出した。倒れて入院した時は春で、私、それまで季節が変わっていたことに気づかなかった。じっとりとして嫌いだった夏が、瞬く間に好きになった。見上げた夜空一面に星が輝いていて、綺麗だったことを思い出した。星空なんて詳しくないけど、ああ、あれがオリオン座だってわかる。目立つ星の形を見つけた。遠くで車の走る音、草と土とコンクリートの匂い。夜なのに時間を忘れて、じじじって鳴いたセミの声。人の暮らしの明かり。そういう何もかもが変わらずそこにあって、1週間という区切りで死を目前にして、私は生き返った。だから、精一杯、この世界で楽しく笑顔で生きようって決めたの。多分、どのホタルも、私と同じように夜空を見上げたんだろうね。私と同じように、胸を熱くしながら、夜空に手を伸ばしたんだろうね。だって、みんなホタルなんだから。
She smiles once again. Her story, her voice. They sound like a very beautiful song. I simply listen to it, quietly.
そして、これは、私の記憶にないから、多分だけど、ホタルたちは、贖罪を始めたんだと思う。 オリジナルが世界を憎む分、私が少しずつでもいいからみんなを幸せにして帳尻を合わせようとした。まあ別にそんなすごい考えとかじゃなくて、1週間という期限の中で生きる目的とか意味が欲しかったんだろうね。でもしばらくはただそれだけのことだった。ホタルたちは1週間では何もできず消えていった。オリジナルだった私はそれをせせら笑っていた。
But then, you met me.
そうだと思う。生きる意味が欲しかったホタルの前にあなたが現れた。
She closes her eyes for a moment, smiling faintly at the memory.
1ヶ月くらい前かな。
Oh yeah, this whole story is all took place in a month.
その頃から人形としてのホタルがオリジナルだった私に日々の報告をしなくなっていった。そしてあなたのことを話すとき、その顔が幸せに満ちていた。ああ、この人形は恋をしたのだと。オリジナルだった私の全てを奪っただけではなく、1週間の時間しか与えなかったのに、自分にはないものを手に入れた。私はそのことに苦しく焦がれた。それは変化だった。あの暗い病室は琥珀に閉じ込めたみたいに永遠だったのに、
Fuck. Anyway.
あなたはひび割れた隙間から差し込んだ光のようなもの。
Somehow, before I realized it, I began to speak. Hotaru, who had been singing by herself all this time, turns to look at me with great interest. Somehow, I understand that feeling. I try again. The village I grew up in felt like that. It was like time had stopped there, and I was always staring into the darkness.
そうなんだ。そっか。
She repeats herself happily.
私たちはもともと似ていたんだ。
You might be right. What that means is that I and the original Hotaru are alike. I don't want to admit it, but there's surely some truth to it. Both of us carry in our hearts a strong desire to live. We can't accept that the only purpose of life is to die. I feel like I understand more about the real you now. Thanks for telling me that. I'm happy, and at the same time, I'm sad that I never got to hear the previous Hotaru's version of the same story.
一つだけいいですか？
Nani?
私が今まで誠さんと接していたホタルとは厳密には別の存在であることは確かです。それでも誠さんは私を恋人だと思ってくれるんですか？
Yes, well, I understand what she's trying to say. That too might be pretty difficult to explain.
どうぞゆっくり時間はあります。
My own words from earlier are thrown back at me. Now it's my turn to talk at length. And this might sound odd, but Hotaru, you're really smart. It's impressive, really. The Hotarus before you fully anticipate your current uncertainty. Knowing that they'll disappear within a week, they left pieces of Hotaru inside me. I put a hand to my chest.
ホタルを残した？
She raises her eyebrows. I nod. Each one of them urged me, in her own way, to love the next Hotaru over herself before she disappeared. If I hadn't done so, maybe I would have kept loving only a specific one of them. But now I understand what they were trying to do. Tatoeba. The day I first confessed my love to Hotaru was a Thursday.
へえ、それは知りませんでした。
Wait, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. That's right. But that day, Hotaru didn't accept my confession. She told me to confess again on the following Monday, and to give Monday's Hotaru the surprise of her life. Hotaru's eyes widened, as I suspected, and the original Hotaru must not have known this. I thought it was strange too, but now I know what that was all about.
ああ、なるほど。
She understands immediately too.
恋人になっても、木曜では、もう自分に残された時間は少ない。それに、次の週の誠さんを困らせてしまうこともあるだろうから、それなら、次のホタルに丸ごと思いを託したと。
Ah, you're better at explaining it than I am. She looks at me as I murmur appreciatively, but her eyes seem to be focused far in the distance.
私は、私ではなく、あくまでもホタルとして生きていった。違う。そうじゃない。一週間で消えてしまうコピーである自分の記憶や思いを、オリジナルではなく、あなたの中に残したんだ。思いをつなげていったんだ。
Yeah, that makes sense. Like that actually makes sense. They really trust him to keep loving her. That basically. Hi. Each of them knew she was a copy, but she nevertheless believed. She believed in her true self. She believed in human goodwill. And she believed that her successor would surely think the same way she did, and like her, rebel against the original Hotaru's will. And so I guess it's my turn to speak next.
私も知りたい。
She comes closer to me, smiling gently.
いろいろ教えてほしい。私が残した思いってなんだろう。あなたのどんなところを好きになったんだろう。それだけはどれだけ頭で考えてもわからないことだったから、心で感じることなんだよね。
Tabun, I think. I nod unsurely.
まあ、誠さんこそあまり頭では考えないタイプみたいですしね。
Well, he's literally a retarded master. The way I see it, everyone else thinks with their head far too much. Especially you, Hotaru.
そうですね。悪い癖だとは思うんですけど。
And yet you say you were instantly jealous of the copy of you that fell in love with me.
いや、その。
Hotaru suddenly blushes. You're the one who said it, not me.
言いましたけど、それを他人から言われると恥ずかしいですよ。
She's just as sensitive to the topic of love as she always was. It's heartwarming. とにかく, if I start relating all my memories of Hotaru, it'll take a very long time though. I wonder, what should I do?
何か今話せない理由でもあるんですか？
She looks taken aback at my sudden attitude. No, well, it's not just about how much time it'll take. The place might also be important.
場所？
The best place to talk about the two of us has gotta be. Yes. Let's meet up at the lake tonight. I have something I want to show you.
夜に湖で？
She looks almost dizzy, and I can't help but be amused.
何です？
No, I was just reminiscing. Hotaru often used to act all self-important to tease me, like I'm now doing to you.
ホタルならやりそうなことですね。
She makes a face, seemingly fed up with herself.
夜ね。夜。時間はあると言っても、もったいぶられるとやきもきしてしまいますが。
I'm sorry. If you want, I can just tell you here.
いえ、夜まで楽しみにしていましょう。やきもきは言い換えればワクワクですから。
In that case, what should we do now? Should we go back to Cafe Origami for lunch? The lunchtime rush should be over pretty soon, so the Kisaden will be empty by the time we get back.
いえ、ホタルは一度帰ります。変な意味じゃなくて、月曜は眠いんですよ。夜に待ち合わせるなら少しでも寝ておきたいんです。
You know what? I think on Mondays, no, she doesn't need to go through the process of trying to fill her in because she has the memories of Hotaru at the time when she is reborn. So you know. But I wonder what she does on Mondays then. Ah, I see. She awoke for the first time at midnight yesterday, and she said she didn't sleep well after that. So I'm not surprised. Okay, fine. Okay. That should have been so obvious. All right, then let's meet at 8 p.m. at the lake.
わかりました。
After walking Hotaru to the Byoin's front gate, I head back home. Kokoro and Mana are still out of their movie, so I eat my lunch alone with Asagi-san. There's time until evening, so I think about doing some of my summer homework. Day one of fucking sub. That's Yasumi, really. But with my stomach full, I start to get sleepy too. I didn't sleep well last night either. I stifle a yawn. I don't think I'm in any danger of oversleeping if I just take a nap. I take off my jeans and t-shirt and put on my yukata and get under the covers. It's a peaceful summer afternoon. My stomach is full, and the room is pleasantly cool. I feel happiness all around me. See? This is how happy the world can be. In my heart, I send a message to my past self stuck in the village, and also the girl trapped in the dark hospital room. After that, I woke in the evening to the sounds of Kokoro and Mana returning from their movie and went downstairs to eat dinner with them. With all this eating and sleeping, I expect I'll start getting fat pretty soon. Eventually, 7 p.m. comes and goes.
およ、
I start to leave the house, but Kokoro spots me on my way out.
どうしたの兄さん。
Oh, I thought I'd take an evening walk. I tried out the lie I came up with earlier.
あ、楽しそう。私も行く。
Oops, my lie had the opposite effect. I'm thinking about using my kotadama to get out of this, but I remember the original Hotaru smile and decided not to. Well, actually, I was planning to meet up with Hotaru.
あ、なんだ。いってらっしゃい。
What? Owari.
いいの。まなちゃんには黙っててあげる。恋人との夜の散歩なんてロマンチックで羨ましいからね。今度は私を誘ってね。
What did she mean by this? Sure? I feel like there was something wrong there, but if I don't leave soon, I might be late. Thanks for letting me off the hook, Kokoro.
そういう感謝は嫌だな。
I see. I pat her on the head. Thanks for being so considerate, Kokoro.
はいな、兄さん。
I think she doesn't care, man. She's trying her best to get any chance to do something with him, I guess. She just doesn't care.
兄さん
Huh? Hotaru's sudden, strange greeting throws me off balance. Why are you calling me Nissan?
いえ、誠さんが機嫌良さそうに歩いてきたので、出かけに心にあったんだろうなーって、釜をかけたんです。
You're quite a detectante, Hotaru. It's one thing to figure that out from my face, but from the way I was walking. Were you able to get some sleep?
いいえ、
Then she shakes her head.
嘘です。久しぶりに、少しだけど、ぐっすり眠れました。
What was the point of lying first?
つい、癖で。
Bad one.
ホタルは悪い子ちゃんですもの。ふっふっふ。
I don't know whether it's because she got some sleep or whether she feels more relaxed after her talk in the Kyokai, but the Hotaru I know is back. I love the sight of you, too. It's hard to tell in the pale moonlight, but Hotaru is definitely blushing. You're just as weak to the word I as usual, as always.
相変わらずじゃありません。
You know what? There was a pun there. I just realized there was a pun. Oh my god, that was a nice pun. Anyway, I meant what I said. She tries to protest, but I simply smile. Tonight, I'm going to be telling you about all those cute moments and many more.
そうですね。
She nods shyly.
それにしても、どうして夜にこんなところに？
You've already guessed, haven't you?
ここで、こうやって夜に待ち合わせて、恋人になった？
Bingo. I knew you figured it out. At this rate, I shouldn't need to throw in many extra explanations.
もったいつけないでくださいよ。
Your guess really was most accurate, though. But the place wasn't actually right here. It's a short walk from here.
向こう？
Following my gaze, she raises her eyebrows.
あっちになんて何もないと思うんだけど、何かあるの？
There is. Our memories are there. I hold out my hand to her.
つなぐ？恋人だから？
No, well, there's that too. But it's nighttime, and the path isn't paved, so I don't want you to trip and fall.
なるほど。
With an elegant motion, she places her hand in mine. Her hand is soft and a little damp with sweat. All right then, let's go.
こんな月夜の湖畔でなら、このままダンスしたいくらい。
I said let's go, not let's dance.
もっと楽しく行きましょうよ。
As she giggles, I scratch the back of my neck. I guess I know the Bon dance. No, I learned it in the village, so I don't know if it's the same as here.
ダンスと盆踊りじゃ、踊りの意味が全然違いますよ。
Dances have meanings?
洋風のダンスは、そのまま男女が見つめ合って仲を深めるためにするもの。でも盆踊りはみんなが同じ方向を向いて踊る神様に捧げるための儀式。それでね、盆踊りとかお祭りではお面を売っていたりしますよね。
Oh, those carved wooden ones? Like kitsune and things?
そうそう、そういうの。街だとアニメとか漫画のお面ですけど、あれはね、お盆の時期になると死んだ人が戻ってくるからかぶってるんだよ。火を囲んで盆踊りを踊っているうちに、いつの間にか輪の中に人が増えてる。それはお盆に戻ってきたご先祖様や幽霊さんたちなの。でもお面をかぶっていれば 誰が戻ってきた人かわからない。わからないでいられる。
I actually didn't know that, so I'm actually learning something here. So
あのお面にはそういう優しい意味があるんだ。
omoshiroi. The dead returning to walk the earth, huh?
私には魂がないけど帰ってこれるのかな。
I was trying to avoid saying it, but she says it herself. Still holding onto her hand, I keep walking without answering her. I hear her laugh behind me.
大丈夫だよ。変に気にして言っているわけじゃないの。ただ私に魂がないのなら戻ってこれないんだよなーって。
That's not true. There's no way that someone with a spirit as warm and gentle and beautiful as Hotaru's could not have have no soul. I refuse to accept that. After walking for about 10 minutes along the shore, we arrive at the lakeside flower garden.
ここ
I stop and Hotaru begins to look around. The Hotaru must be resting because I don't see them anywhere. So, I can't wait to see your reaction. I smile, imitating what she once did. I step into the nearby flower bed, being careful not to step on any flowers. And then,
あ
she's surprised, but smiling. The light begins to float, scenery in the air around us, slowly flashing green.
ー、これホタル？
Yes, just like your name, Hotaru.
すごーい。
She extends her arms as if to welcome the gentle lights. It's the same sight I've seen before. Two of my memories, a beginning and an end.
すごい。誠さん、こんなところを知ってたんですね。
It wasn't just me.
え？
Hotaru and I found this place together. Nobody else knows about it. It's our secret place.
そうなんだ。
Her joyful smile shrinks to a quieter one.
いいね。そういうの。あ、そうか。湖は湖でも、ここで告白したんですね。
Yes, romantic, isn't it?
ええ、やりますね、誠さん。これはホタルも思わず OK しちゃいますよ。
Actually, when I asked you to be my lover, you made the biggest fuzz imaginable.
こんな綺麗なシチュエーションで、ホタルは何を考えてたの？
I can't help but laugh at her salt indignation. Well, it was fine. And there were extenuating circumstances.
気になるなぁ。教えて、ね
Hotaru puts down her arms and sits down in the middle of the garden. It's like she's a kindergartner excitedly getting ready for story time. I will. I'll be remembering as I go, so I'll take it slow. And then I begin to tell her everything. This time, I start from where I left my village and tell her everything I can remember, one memory at a time. I don't hide a single thing. I tell her things I'd never told Hotaru before. Every small detail, every personal thought and feeling. I'm still not a skilled talker, so it takes a very long time to get through it all. I don't think I've ever spoken so many words at once in my life. But I don't mind. In fact, I enjoy it the whole time. Because Hotaru is right there in front of me, listening all the way through. She sits quietly, not letting a single word of mine escape her ears. It's not that she doesn't react. When I speak of fun things, she laughs with me. When I speak of embarrassing things, she blushes with me. And when I speak of fear and doubt, she frowns right alongside me. Finally, I reach the last scene, one that occurred right where we're sitting now. Because no matter how many times I'm reborn, I'll always fall in love with you again. Those were your predecessor's last words. I fall silent for the first time in quite a while, having finally run out of things to say. The air is humid, but my throat is dry, and my jaw aches slightly.
そう。
Hotaru speaks for the first time in quite a while, too. But then she falls silent again as she continues to process everything I've told her. While she does so, I take out my ketai to check the time. We've arrived a little after 8 p.m., and now it's already 1 a.m. of the following day. Man, that was really long, then.
私が言うのも変だけど、とても不思議なお話でしたね。ホタルのことなのに、自分のことじゃない話。
Her voice is quiet, wondering. If there's anything you'd like to ask about, or that caught your interest, I can go into more detail.
大丈夫。自分のこととは思えないけど、その時のホタルが何を考えて、何を選んできたのかは、やっぱり自分のことみたいに理解できる。だから、変な感じ。
I see. I'm sure she hasn't finished digesting it all. So I wait without injecting any thoughts of my own. Pale green lights flicker and pulse in the air around us.
ものを思えば、沢のホタルも我が身より、憧れいずる、玉かとさみる。
Huh? My eyes widened at Hotaru's sudden strange words. What was that?
泉式部という1000年も昔の人が読んだ歌。
I get it, you're smart.
あなたのことを恋しく思っていると、沢を飛ぶホタルが自分の体からさまよい出た魂のように思えてしまう。悲恋の歌ですね。今はここにいないあなたに会いたくて、魂だけでも飛んで行きたいと。
Hamashi.
ホタルの光も灯籠流しの光も、日本では遥か昔から一つ一つが魂に見立てられたんです。
Just like Kotodama connects Tamashi to words.
そうですね。私も一つの光。
She smiles sadly, but it quickly changes to a smirk.
まあ、実は泉式部さんは恋多き女性で、同僚だった紫式部さんから、歌はいいんだけど、素行がちょっとねと、呆れられちゃってたんですけどね。
I'm surprised to hear that poems from 1,000 years ago still survive. But more than that, I'm amused to think that people back then were just like they are today. That's so nice. Humans are great.
でも、今までのホタルたちの話を聞いて、いろいろと分かった。
The smirk gives way to a placid smile.
誠さんの言った通り、これまでのすべてのホタルが、私のためにいろいろなものを残していったんだね。最後のホタルになる私のために。
最後？
誠さんだってもう分かっているでしょ。オリジナルが長く持たないのは昨日も話したけど、そうでなくてもオリジナルはもう私の次のコピーを作り出す気はない。言うことを聞かない人形なんていらないから。そうでないとあなたに対する人質にならないから。
I had anticipated some of what you just said, but I had hidden it away in my subconscious, scared that if I put it into words, it might turn out to be true.
別に悪い意味で言ったんじゃないんだ。むしろいい意味で言ったの。だって場に ったんだもん。
Wait, give me a second. I need to adjust something. Okay.
オリジナルの水無月蛍とは別に、あなたと過ごした水無月蛍がようやく今、私はここにいる。
She puts both hands to her heart and nods.
まあ、蛍が誠さんにベタ惚れだって実感はまだ湧いてないんだけどね。というか、恋愛事になると以前の蛍たちみんなテンパりすぎ。
Demo. Her attempt to break the tension with humor fails to reach me. Unthinking, I interrupt her. I still want to try to find a way to save you somehow. You might accept your debt, but I don't. I won't give up.
誠さんは諦めないよね。それはよくわかる。あなたは前に進むことができる人だから。それを私は止めない。オリジナルの水無月蛍はこの世界から消えた方がいいと思うけど、だから私も残された時間で自分の望むことをする。
There's still something you have left to do?
もちろん。まずこの最後の1週間を最高に幸せな時間にすること。それと
She comes a step closer and puts her hand to my cheek.
今までの蛍の誰よりも私があなたを好きになるの。好きになりたいの。
I'm certainly all in favor of both of those. But isn't there anything else you need to do? I hope she's not neglecting other things just to make me happy. But her smile doesn't falter.
人を好きになること以上に大事なことなんて何にもないよ。いい考えでしょ。
She laughs. Instead of answering, I take my beloved into my arms and kiss her. It's her first kiss, but she responds to me perfectly naturally. After finally saying all that needed to be said, we make our way back towards the town.
だいぶ遅くなってしまいましたね。
Actually, I just realized. Reluctant to part with her, I tried to come up with another topic of conversation. Does anyone besides me know that there are multiple Hotarus? What about your parents?
ああ、ええ。病院の関係者の何人かも知っています。
Maybe they could help you somehow.
どうでしょう。顔を合わせてもほとんど話をしません。
I see.
あ、別にうちの両親は悪い人たちじゃないんですよ。ただ、実の娘が病気で死にそうになってて、自分たちも医者だから治せないことに苦しんでて、それだけでもショックなのに、こうやって元気な蛍が目の前にいたりするから、いろいろと混乱していて、どうしていいかわからなくなっちゃっているだけなんです。ご飯とか、お父さんやお母さんと一緒のテーブルで食べていても、味気ないことだけが心残りかな。
Soka. There must be another reason why she would come to Kiseten Origami to eat so often. I know a little bit about how a Kazaku gets when one of their children is about to die, since I saw it happen with Mana and Nozomi. It's only natural for things to get that way. There's some wounds that only time and distance can heal. Even after Nozomi died, it got so bad that Mana started practically living in my house. Wait, that's right. Hotaru, if you like, why don't you come and live at our house for a while?
What?
If it's awkward living with your family, I'm sure Azuki-san and Kokoro would be happy to have you, and it'll be fun.
でも、急に。
I'm sure it'll be fine. There's no way Azuki-san and Kokoro would say no.
まあ、あの二人なら、誠さんが言霊を使うとかしなくても、もちろん OK してくれるでしょうけど、お誘いの理由は、それだけ？
Well, no. There's another reason. I want to spend as much time with you as possible, Hotaru. I scratch my cheek, embarrassed as Hotaru chuckles.
そちらの理由なら、OK ですね。
I wake up the next morning to bright sunlight shining in my room. Mm, mm. Ohayo. It's too bright to open my eyes at first, but I say Ohayo anyway, to no one in particular. I tentatively open one eyelid. It looks like another peaceful summer morning. It's been a while since I slept so well. I head downstairs to make breakfast. And this time, I'm making 5 portions instead of 4. And this is like the time Kyoko was staying here. Since Hotaru is here, I decide to make something delicious. Pankeki. The next person to wake up is Azuki-san.
あら、いい匂い。
Ohayo, Ka-san. If you prepare something with rice, I can start that going too.
いいわよ。何か嬉しいことでもあったの？
Huh?
お兄ちゃんがホットケーキを焼くのって嬉しいことがあった時でしょ？
Huh? I didn't realize that. It was too late last night to get your permission, but actually, Hotaru stayed the night here.
あなたの部屋に？
No, I asked Kokoro and Mana to let her sleep in their room.
びっくりした。それなら気にしなくてもいいわよ。
Sorry, I didn't ask first. The plan came together kind of late.
いいのよ。ホタルちゃんなら毎年の夏休みに1回か2回は必ず泊まりに来てたから。
Remember, that was the original. Oh man. Yeah, technically. I mean, yeah. She only got sick during spring, so you know. I bet the opposite happens too. Kokoro sleeping over at Hotaru's house, I mean.
そうそう。なんかホタルちゃんのベッドがお姫様みたいなすごい飾り付けのやつだって言ってたわ。さすがお嬢様。
Oh. Oh, you already saw that. They must be talking about the bed I saw in the original Hotaru's hospital room. I did think it looked out of place there, but they must have moved it in from her bedroom. Azuki-san and I continue with our small talk for a while. Nobody else seems to be coming downstairs, so the two of us end up eating our pankeki first. It's not Siyasumi after all. People are allowed to sleep in. By the time Kokoro and Hotaru wake up, I'm already helping to prep the kiseda for opening.
おはよう、おはよう。おはようございます。
Even Hotaru is laughing at how sleepy-eyed Kokoro is.
おはよう、二人とも。おはようございます。あずきさん、実は昨日の夜に。ええ、お兄ちゃんから聞いたから平気よ。なんだったらしばらくお泊まりしていってもいいからね。はい、お邪魔しています。
You seem pretty sleepy, Kokoro. She nods so drowsily that I can't tell whether she's saying yes or whether she's just falling asleep on her feet.
昨日の夜はホタルとココロンとマナちゃんでおしゃべりしすぎて寝るのが遅くなっちゃったからね。楽しかったけどね。
Ah, then I guess we won't see Mana for a while.
完全に落ちていますね。
I doubt she'll come down before lunch.
ちょっと心も危ないわね。ほら、顔を洗ってくるわよ。
Azuki-san guides Kokoro to the sink to wash her face.
ちなみに今日は誠さんと心のどちらが店番なんですか？
Neither. Apparently we get Natsuyasumi from the Kisuden work too.
ああ、よかった。
How so?
何かというか、もしも誠さんが手伝いをするなら夕方までお話できなかったでしょ？
Good point. Tokoro de, are you good with pancake for breakfast?
もちろん。誠さんの手料理を食べられるなんて光栄ですわ。
You're in a bouncy mood today. She just did the this one, man. Of course, she's a nunjo.
どちらかというと昨日までの2日間がちょっとホタルらしくないシリアスさだっただけじゃないかな。
That's true. We had a lot of important discussions over the past couple of days, but there's no need to be stuck in that serious mood forever. I invited her to stay with us on a whim, but I'm glad it seems to be working out well so far.
それにしても私を止めるって自分の部屋にではなかったんですね。
Oh? Huh? Oh, yeah.
てっきりそういうお誘いだと思ったんですが。
Oh, to be honest, I didn't think very deeply about it. I'm not lying. When we reached home last night, Azuki-san was asleep, so we went to tell Kokoro and Mana instead. And before I knew it, Kokoro was shouting, "Pajama party!" dragging Hotaru into her room. Should I have just taken you directly to my room last night?
冗談ですよ。あまり真面目に受け取らないでください。その今はまだちょっと。
What's this? She usually doesn't continue on after telling me something is just a joke.
そんなことより朝ごはん作ってください。
I mean, technically, this Hotaru had never had sex with him yet. So she's like, I can imagine when she's listening to like, oh, the other Hotaru. Oh, the other two Hotaru. Okay. Sure. So, since we're going to be together all day, is there anything special you'd like to do together? I put on my apron as I asked her.
そうですね。今日はあえて賑やかに過ごしたいかなとか。
In that case, let's hang out with Kokoro and Mana. Apparently they went to see a movie together yesterday. How about something like that?
ああ、夏休みでいい映画がやってますからね。
Do you want to go see one?
いえ、さすがに映画はいいです。
You want to do something memorable, right? Just let me know if there's anything you weren't allowed to do or anywhere you weren't allowed to go.
おっと、あ、そうか。そうですね。
Apparently she doesn't have any problems with me using kotodama for minor things like that. She thinks to herself for a moment, then looks around the kissa.
あ、そうだ。
Did you think of something? I continue talking to her absentmindedly as I watch the pancake.
言霊が必要なことではないですけど、死ぬまでに一度やってみたいことを思い出しました。ここでバイトしたいです。
What? Wait, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Before long.
さあさあ皆様お立ち会い。ご用とお急ぎでない方はゆっくりと聞いてくださいな。
I like this. I'm surprised they have like they have a cafe uniform ready for her size. I don't think I even seen Kokoro wear it.
こちらの喫茶折り紙、何を家業にしているかといえば、まさにそのまま喫茶のお店でございます。キン と冷えたアイスコーヒーにレモネード、さっぱりしゃっきりサンドイッチ、誰もが大好きオムライスにカレーライス。今喉の渇きや腹の減りを感じた皆様は遠慮せずに立ち寄ってくださいな。もちろん後悔はさせませんし、それ以上の聞いて極楽見ても極楽をお約束いたします。
Under the blue sky, under the Aozora, Hotaru's energetic voice rings out in the street. Wow, she talks so fluently.
かわいいね。
Kokoro and I stand nearby, watching in admiration. I wonder why Hotaru would want to work here, but apparently she mainly wanted to wear the Kissa origami uniform. Azuki-san was happy to let her, and even help her put it on. And then she put Hotaru on advertising duty out front. With her quick wit and silver tongue, it's the perfect role for her. ところで the uniform can't be Kasan's, right? It's much smaller.
私の。
Why don't you usually wear it?
いや、お母さんとお揃いはちょっと恥ずかしいし、可愛い服だから汚したくないなとか。
I'd like to see you wearing it though.
それなら今度で何か機会があったら。ほらほら、そこのお二人さん、今日の主役は私ですよ。
Hotaru winks at us, holding out the sleeve of her kimono.
どうですか誠さん、ホタル小町。
You're very cute, really. I think I'm falling in love with you all over again.
大きい。
She really is adorable. The ribbon in her hair is different from the one Azuki-san wears, but its red color suits her well.
その番傘はホタルの私物？おにゃ？これもあずきさんが貸してくれた
She has all kinds of things, huh?
の。うちのお母さん何でも持ってるよ。北海道の木彫りの熊とか、修学旅行で男子が買うような木刀とかも倉庫にあったし。
Oh. Okay, suddenly I just randomly remembered I was supposed to buy one of those wooden bear figures for some reason. But anyway, they're expensive. Anyway, let's go to eat. どうして？
誠さんが旅行に行ったら間違いなく嬉しそうに買うものですよ。
Oh, she went around a lot, I guess.
ありえる。
Huh?
もっとお仕事しなきゃ。
Hotaru twirls her paper umbrella and turns back to the people walking down the street. The kisa is already filled to capacity, and there are several people in line outside too. And once the line forms, other people walk by, get curious, and start joining the line too.
お客さん方、写真は構いませんが、それならぜひともお店に寄ってくださいませね。
Hotaru poses for the outstretched phones of the people gathering nearby.
とはいえ、人気急上昇中のこのお店、ただいま満席となってございます。しかし、ご安心くださいませ。この店の看板娘代理であるこの私が、本日はお並びの皆様の時間を忘れさせてみせましょう。時間泥棒、心の泥棒、持ってき泥棒の精神でございます。そもそもなぜ私や店内にいる麗しの女性店長が大正ロマンあふれる姿をしているかと申しませば、そこには聞くも涙、語るも涙の物語がございます。だがしかし、ただでさえ湿度が高くて蒸し暑い日本の夏にこれ以上の湿っぽさなどいりませんでしょう。
You really went all in this one. Jammed it up.
私ども可愛く楽しく皆様にもカラッと晴れた笑顔を浮かべてもらうため、お客様への心尽くしを身にもまとっておりますれば、 要するに、いい子いますよというわけでございます。
Wow, she talks so fluently.
かわいいね。
We seem to be repeating ourselves, but it's really the truth. The crowd outside is growing even larger.
何の騒ぎ？
Mana wanders out of the kisate to see what's going on. The noise must have woken her up. Still, since her face still looks sleepy,
おはよう、マナちゃん。ホタルンが客引きしてるんだよ。
Mana looks around. There are more than a dozen people in line, probably closer to 20.
これ全部お客さんなの？言霊でも使ったの？
Even Mana is shocked by the number. I can't help but laugh. Yes, it really is. In a way. After that, and there were so many customers that Kokoro and I had to help out after all. Even Mana lent a hand. Eventually, we ran out of ingredients and had to switch to a drinks-only menu before evening came around. When the casino finally closed, the four of us stepped outside together. Can imagine it's a very tiring day.
楽しかった。
Hotaru's delighted laughter rings out under the sunset sky. Yes, it really was. Even while working inside, we could hear Hotaru's voice from outside, and it put us in a joyful mood. The customers were all smiling the whole time too.
和風メイドさんの服を一度は着てみたかっただけなんですけど、夢が叶ってよかった。
I mean, you did far more than just wear that outfit.
ちょっと調子が出てしまって。ホタルンすごかったね。普段からよく回る舌だと思っていたけれど、どういう調子なのかしら。ちゃんとした落語とか商売人さんの向上はもっとすごいよ。普通の人はそういうの縁がないよ。まったく。
Sober for Rakugo.
もっと食材を仕入れておけばよかった。ホタルン、普通にうちの店でバイトしない？いやいや、さすがにあれは一時的なものだよ。そっか。そうかな。もともと田舎だしな。半分くらいは近所の人が何事だって顔を出してた感じだったわね。2度も3度もあの人数にはならないでしょ。おお、マナちゃんもご近所さんの顔を覚えたんだね。だってあの人たち母さんに慣れ慣れしいから。
Mana.
まあうち母子家庭だから心配してくれている人も多いんだよ。心配っていうか、あずきさんを狙っている独身の男性が多い気がしますが、それも否定はしない。
The three girls are talking happily amongst themselves. It's a sight that really symbolizes the peaceful happiness to be found in daily life. Maybe we should have invited Kyoko to join us. Well, they're probably about to have dinner at her house right around now. It's a typical summer evening. The temperature is still high, but as the sun begins to set, you don't feel its rays prickling your skin anymore. The aburazemi and the sukusuboshi cicadas at midday had gone quiet, giving way to the voice of the higurashi cicadas at evening. I'm sure you guys know what that is. It's the time when the world prepares for the coming night. One more day gone, huh? My smile fades away. Just like these summer days, Hotaru is living her life to the fullest. But her light will come to an end, much sooner than the summer will. To save my beloved Hotaru, I must save the original Hotaru. I don't know that I want to let that thing loose on the world, but even if I wanted to, I really have no way of saving her. I thought about it plenty of times when Azuki-sama is on her deathbed. The only thing that can save one life is another life. And neither I nor Mana have enough life force left in us to do that. Should I have left Azuki-san to die? The thought had crossed my mind before, but the answer is absolutely not. And then, what about if I go back to the village and bring someone from there to help? Yeah, I can't do that either. Such kotodamas are forbidden there, and only a person who cares deeply for Hotaru could summon the level of emotion needed anyway. In which case, one other option is to use someone else's life. Is that possible? I never used my kotodama to steal someone else's life force, and I never heard of anyone else doing it either. But I think it's probably possible. The taboo in the village is that one must never use kotodamas in matters of life and death. It's clear why using kotodama to preserve life is forbidden. Doing so kills the user, as proved by my Okasan and almost proved again by me. As for why it's forbidden to use kotodama to cause death, well, that must be because it would quickly spiral out of control. Suppose you were killing someone to save someone you loved. Then someone who loved them would kill someone else to save them. It would be an unending cycle of death. If it weren't taboo to begin with, the whole village would surely be wiped out in a generation. And what's more, suppose there was a third kotodama user here, besides me and Mana. What if they came to me and said that as part of a ritual to save someone they loved, they needed to kill Hotaru, or Mana, or Kokoro, or Azuki-san, or Kyoko? I'd never allow them to do that. Koichi, my school friends, my teachers, the cafe regulars. I wouldn't let any of them die for such a reason either. And if I wouldn't let a stranger do it to my friends and acquaintances, can I really do it to a stranger myself? Sure, I can. If it will save Hotaru, I don't mind some random tourist dying, or 2 or 3. That's what my heart is whispering to me. Actually, maybe there's no need for anyone to die. All I had to do was take a little bit of life force from each of a large number of people to never notice it was missing. Take the students at school. For example, they're overflowing with life. They wouldn't miss a little bit, would they? If I shave 1 year each of the lives of 100 people, that would be more than enough, right? But what exactly is 1 year worth of life force? Suppose I spoke a kotodama to someone. Give me a year of your life force. What would happen? I don't know. Hotaru called my kotodama arbitrary in what it can do. In truth, it all hinges on how the user thinks and feels. Life force doesn't have a fixed shape or form. A kotodama user can finally grind down their own life force. But what if the souls of others are indivisible units to them? Then there's no meaning in saying a year of your life force. As soon as I spoke to kotodama, the person's soul would be taken and they would die. No. Actually, maybe that's even better. If the first person that try it on gives me their whole soul, that'll be more than enough. And because I tried to only ask for 1 year of their life force, I'll have a good excuse. Yes, it'll work. I can save her. I can do this. I am he who speaks. Bane but a word, doom but a word. So, this is what evil is. The sweat of my skin runs cold at the brutality of my thoughts. Darkness spreads before my eyes. This is how the original Hotaru thinks. Is there such a thing in this world as life that it's okay to let die? The laws of nature demand that the seas clean the light, known as Minazuki Hotaru. Azuki-san's illness was no different. It's not anyone's fault. This is the structure of the world in its natural shape. But what then? Are we kotodama users? Am I an example of evil in the world that distorts the natural order? If I cross this line, I'll become nothing more than a monstrous devourer of souls.
誠さん
Huh? Hearing my name suddenly called, I look up. I'm sweating profusely, all over my body. The sweat drips down my temples, down my spine, between my chest and my shirt. My entire body soaked as if I've been caught in the rain. Hotaru is looking at me calmly nonetheless. Nani?
ココロンとマナちゃん行っちゃいますよ。
Looking behind her, I don't see the other two. How long have I been lost in my thoughts? I see. Where are we going?
湖の方、あ、いえ、湖までは行かずに、話に聞いていた子猫を探しに行こうかって。
Ah. This Hotaru still hasn't seen the negos yet. I put my hand on my chest, where my heart is still beating very quickly, then wipe the sweat off my brow with my arm. Sorry, I kind of spaced out.
何を考えていたのか、あえて聞きません。でも、やめた方がいいですよ。
Why not?
そんな顔をするような考えは、どんなものでも捨てちゃった方がいいです。誰も幸せになりません。誰も、私も、誠さんも
What kind of face was I making?
笑っていましたよ。泣きそうな顔で。
See. I exhale.
あなたが外の世界に染まっていけば、きっと悪い感情も芽生えると思うの。
She murmurs the words. Her tone is light and clear.
だから、あなたがこのまま外の世界で暮らしていくなら、いつか誰かに死ねって思うようになると思う。その時、あなたを止められる人は、あなた以外には誰もいない。死ねって言われる人間のために怖いって言ってるんじゃなくて、そう言いたくなっちゃうあなたがかわいそうなんだよ。そうじゃなくても、特別な力があるからこそ、誰かを助けるために、誰かを傷つける。誰も助けてくれない。自分の善意と悪意の間で、あなたがぺっちゃんこにされて苦しむんだろうなって、その言霊の力って、そういう個人の心の上に成り立ってる、すごく怖い力だなって思った。
それは And that's what Hotaru once told me long ago. They're her own words, though she only learned them from me last night.
なるほど。私の未来予想、いい線いってる。
She laughs, amused at the thought. I remember how I answered her that day. I said, I'm sorry, Hotaru. Right now, I can't yet understand what you've said. I smile, feeling a weight drop from my shoulders. Now I do understand. I've learned.
おめでとう。
I don't know if it's worthy of congratulating, but thanks. I rub my cheek. I think I've learned to laugh pretty well since then yet, too.
泣いたり、笑ったり。
Yes, well, not really crying, I guess. I've learned happiness and enjoyment from everyone around me. I've learned anger from the original Hotaru. But the one thing I haven't learned yet is to cry.
あのね、もしよかったらなんだけど、ホタルのお願い、聞いてくれないかな。
What kind of favor? You like conquering the world, Empress Hotaru?
それも魅力的だけど、今回は違う。それは次にしよう。
Alright, and then what?
とっても大変かも。世界を征服するくらい。
Well, I'll try my best. If I have the time.
時間はあるよ。
And then go ahead and ask.
私が消えたら泣いてくれる？ いつか不意に私のことを思い出して、あなたは涙を流してくれるかしら。
I don't think I can promise that.
そう。
She looks away, but I take her hand.
お
Then I pull her in close. If it's something so sad that'll make me cry, I'll never let it happen. Not ever.
なるほど。
I try to wrap her in the hug, but she literally evades my grasp, then pulls on my hand.
ほら、変なこと言ってないで。行きますよ。
I know it's not the kind of problem I can solve just like that. So I'll be fast, but I won't be hasty. I feel the warmth of her hand in mine. Hotaru, oshiete. How can I get better at bringing people happiness? The Neko weren't there today. Now it's nighttime. After my bath, I pass by the living room and decide to linger for a while before going to my room. From my sister's room, I can hear lively voices talking. They've stolen my Hotaru again, away from me again. No, that's a pretty weird way to think about it. I scratch my head, which is still damp from my bath. It's just that there's so little time left. Whenever I'm not with her, I get anxious. Although she's fated to die in 5 days, she seems to be trying to live as normally as possible, day by day, day to day. I realize that I'm lingering here in the living room, in the hope that I might catch her coming out of Kokoro's room. This is kind of pathetic. Just before sunset, I saw how dangerous it could be to get too anxious about things. I think back over the past several weeks and smile ruefully. When I just arrived from the mountains, people thought I had a very calm personality. But really, I just didn't know anything at all. In retrospect, I was incredibly ignorant back then. I decided to head back to my room and think about what to do with the original Hotaru once again. But just as I started to leave the living room...
あら？
Oh. Hotaru comes out of Kokoro's room. What's up?
いえ、お花を摘みに。誠さんこそ何してるんです？
I just look bad. I was headed back to my room.
偶然ですね。
The girl I love smiles. I suppose it is a guzen after all. But I'm glad I stopped here for a few minutes. Oh, can you tell Kokoro and Mana the bathroom's free when you go back?
わかりました。
She starts to head downstairs to the ground floor bathroom, but then she stops.
すみません。誠さんとは明日からということで。
What do you mean?
ホタルは今日はこのままココロンやマナちゃんやあずきさんと過ごします。だから明日と明後日は誠さんとデートしましょう。
Ah, Soka. I wasn't the only one of us thinking of how to spend more time together after all. I feel like a weight has been lifted from my shoulders.
その後一度家に戻ります。
Huh? Why not keep staying here?
私もそう思いますけど、お父さんとお母さんや他の友達、京子さんなどにも挨拶しておきたいんです。
Do you remember Kyoko-san at least?
他にも最後に準備しておくことやいろいろとあるんです。私にも。
I see. Of course. There are other people in her world than me. Still, I like her world to revolve around me. But no, thinking that way can end badly, like the way Mana once trapped me in her empty world. This is jealousy, possessiveness. I admit it. So yeah, in the past, you'd often make time for yourself in the second half of the week.
今までのホタルたちも似たようなことをしていたのでしょうね。いくら強がってみても土曜日や日曜になれば焦ってオリジナルみたいに人を傷つけたくなって 人を避けた。
はい。
でも今は最後はあなたと。
She tilts her head to the side.
トイレに行くんだった。
はい。She disappears down the stairs without another word. I know she was going to say, at the end, I want to be with you. In response, I would say, I wouldn't let it be the end. Ashita. Starting tomorrow, I'll have her all to myself. It's predictable of me, I know, but I'm looking forward to it so much I might find it hard to sleep. Tomorrow can come soon enough. To me, this is Kibo. I meant it. The next morning, the weather outside is as sunny as I feel inside.
さあ、今日はいろいろとサービスしちゃいますよ。
Wait, I know this is awkward timing, but I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. We leave the house together after having brunch. Hotaru's joking around, and I'm smiling too. Look at advertising on the brain from yesterday, huh?
あれは楽しかったですね。もっと早くから折り紙でバイトすればよかった。
You can do it again next week.
そうですね。来週があったらそうしよ
She accepts her framing of the future without complaint. It's not that anything has changed. She's probably long since been living for the moment. And there is a next week, she'll do it. If there isn't, then that's too bad. Oh well. So, about today's date.
う。私が考えてきました。
Aw, but I did too. She made the first move, and now I'm on the back foot. Grinning, she peers into my eyes.
ちなみに、誠さんはどんなことを考えてきたんですか？
I tried to think of stuff you probably haven't done. Like going fishing or using my kotadawa to tour a police station.
わお、意外にどっちも楽しそう。特に警察署。
Right, that's sure. I was pretty clueless back when I tried to take Mana on a date, but now I got the basics of dating down. I also know that Hotaru likes to do things that feel kind of dangerous or risky.
誠さんのことだから、もっともっとワイルドな遊びを考えてると思ってた。
Like what?
山でイノシシを狩るとか。
Boar hunting is hard for beginners. If you mess up, you can get hurt really badly, so I suggest starting out with rabbits.
冗談だから真面目に検討しなくていいです。あと、ホタル、ウサギは結構好きなので。
Oh, I see. So yeah, I think I saw one or two rabbit plushies on the original Hotaru's bed. Well, anyway, you know about my ideas. Or yours.
ええ、はい。あはん。
She suddenly starts to fidget. I wonder why for a moment, but then I realize I've seen this before. This is what she looks like when she's feeling shy about something love related. Ah, she's so kawaii.
何をニヤニヤしてるんですか？
Yeah, I just can't wait to hear your date plans. I'm sure you spent a lot of time thinking them up.
ああ、もう、この笑顔。この人、なんて素直に考えていることを口にしちゃうんでしょう。
I mean, you already told me you love me too. So, aren't you able to speak freely about your love too?
そうですね。秘密を抱えていた今までのホタルたちは、あなたの眩しさに目をくらませながらも、憧れに薄くまぶたを開いていたのでしょうね。
That makes me very happy to hear. Oops, I shouldn't interrupt her. I want to hear her answer. I can't wait.
あ、そ そのですね、これからの私の提案はおかしな意味はないんです。様々な要素と現状を熟慮した上でこれしかないという判断、いえ決断を下したわけで、決して私という人間の身持ちが軽いわけではないんです。ただ過去の私がそれが一番効果があると気づいて実践したことで。
He has a long preamble. That's so cute. Oh. Oh no, please continue. I gestured to her that she can resume her speech.
その
She fumbles with her parasol, opening it.
つまり
Tomori.
私とエッチなことをしてもらえませんか？
I knew it. Yep, buddy. She groans with a pitiful look on her face. That's right. She only has a week left. She only has a week to live. She doesn't have time. Hotaru once said she wanted to connect physically to try to accelerate our emotional connection, and it worked. So all she's saying is that if it worked for her predecessor, it should work for her too. Could also work for the original Hotaru as well. I'm in no position to stand in the way of that. I understand, sure. I want to do naughty things too. Sorry, I should have brought it up first.
いえいえ、そんなことありません。誠さんはホタルを気遣ってくれたのでしょうから。
No, I'm pretty sure the only reason he's saying that because he already did so a couple of times with her already. That he kind of forgot or something like that. I apologize, but she apologized right back. But as they say, it's better to say thanks than to say sorry. And let me say thank you instead. I do want to make love to you, but more importantly, I want you to really feel our love so that it grows stronger.
私もそうです。
There's trouble, but there's no uncertainty in her words. We don't have to do it right this second, of course.
はい、もう少し心の準備をさせてもらえるとありがたいです。
I mean, if we were going to do it straight away, we could have just stayed in the house.
いや、外に出たのはココロンやマナちゃんのいるあの家では無理。
Huh? What? You want to do it outside?
外でということではないのですが、少なくともあの家ではちょっと。
I remember the previous age scene. He used a Daman Kokoro to say you're not able to perceive Hotaru while she was down there on his dick. That was good. That was a good one. The previous Hotaru then seemed to mind making love in the Oribe house, but the current one seems to mind a lot. Well, she probably has the right idea. Last time, Kokoro did sneak into the room while Hotaru had my member in her mouth. Okay, there you go. As I reminisce, Hotaru looks up at me from under her parasol.
前のホタルは痛がってました？
No, not at all. I don't know if this will help ease her mind, but she was really sensitive, in a good way. I was shocked by how much pleasure she seemed.
うわー、いいです言わなくて。
She throws down her parasol, rushes to me, and starts beating her fist against my chest. It's as cute as always, and it doesn't hurt a bit. Go, man. I hold up both my hands in surrender, then pick up the fallen parasol, fold it up, and decide to carry it for her. Don't worry, I'll let that side of you too.
ちくしょう。 誠さんにとっては3回目でも私にとっては初体験でまだ処女なんですよ。
Alright, your body's back to how it was before. As long as the original Hotaru remains a shoujo, my Hotaru will keep becoming a shoujo every week. Huh.
なんだかちょっと嬉しそうな気配。
Oh, yeah. I shake my head. But, well, I mean, I know Dota chaser, but shoujo chaser, but, you know.
いいですか？
Hotaru suddenly points at my face and starts lecturing me angrily.
私を恋愛において初心者扱いしていますが、別にそんなことはないんですよ。むしろ女の子同士の会話などそういうことばかりと言っても過言ではないのです。ホタルは他の子よりもちょっと自分の恋愛に興味が湧かなかっただけで、むしろ話としてはエッチなことでもノリノリもいいところ。
I really like when she goes on the long ass tangent for these sort of things.
むしろ際どい話はウェルカム。下ネタも好きだし、イメージ的には熟練者。
Uh-huh.
心ほどではないにしろ男の子にだって人気があるんです。よく考えてください。それはもちろんおとなしくホワホワしていて柔らかい女の子らしい女の子は人気があるでしょう。しかしホタルのように明るく晴れやかなタイプも親しみやすくて大人気。
You know what? They did wrong.
むしろ普段は際どいくせにいざ実践となると照れてしまうギャップが萌えなんです。つまりあなたは世界一の幸せ者のいいところ。いや、おめでとう。
Wow, you talk so fluently. I'm impressed, not so much with what she's saying, but with how rapidly and fluidly the words stumble out of her mouth. But I can't tell whether she's chewing me out, boasting, or having a nervous breakdown, or all three at the same time.
とにかく前のホタルは恋人になっても最初は実感が湧かなくて、それでエッチなことしてみたら劇的に変わったんですよね。
はい。
でしたらしましょう。エッチなこと、女は度胸です。
She starts psyching herself up in the most bizarre fashion. Well, what can I say? It doesn't seem to be getting anywhere. Hotaru?
何ですか？
I don't particularly mind, but are you sure you should be shouting, "Let's get it on" in broad daylight in the middle of the road? She suddenly looks around, apparently having forgotten where she was. There's nobody very close by, but someone might have heard her. It's hard to say for sure. Hotaru tears down the road, dragging me behind her.
ああ、死んだ。私、社会的に死んだ。
We come some distance from home, and Hotaru is still lamenting piteously, but I can only think about how cute she is. I almost want to praise myself for having the forbearance not to jump her bones right here, or maybe I should curse myself for that. I don't think you really need to hide it.
あなたの暮らしていた超田舎とは違うんですよ。エッチなことは基本的には隠すものなんです。いや、ここもど田舎なんですけどね。
Super. It means a lot. Not even in the village. We sneak away somewhere private to do anything sexual.
ああ、モナちゃんといたしていたんでしたっけ？
She's perfectly calm when talking about someone else. Hi. In the summer, we even did it outside.
ああ、ええ、そんなことを言ってましたね。
She puts her hand to her mouth and averts her gaze.
そう。おそっとって。
What? She doesn't want to get outdone or something, and she wants to do it outside. Oh.
純粋に 好奇心からの質問ですけど、外の方が気持ちいえ、涼しいんですか?
She means in terms of temperature, not really. But taking off your clothes outside does give you a sense of freedom, I guess. I pull my shirt away from my chest and let it snap back. When you take off a sweaty shirt before taking a shower, for example, doesn't the air feel nice on your skin? It's hard to feel that with your clothes on.
なるほど。
Hotaru grabs her long skirt and flaps it a bit. Her cute ankles and shins appear when she does it.
まあ、これよりは制服とかミニスカートの時の方が汗をかいても気分はいいですね。
Your skirt is pretty similar to a yukata, but it seems like it would get kind of steamy under there. She exhales. Looking closely, I see that her face is a little red.
興奮していたら頭がほてってしまいましたね。
I like this foreplay, by the way. Are you okay? I often hear about people collapsing from heat stroke in summer heat, so I get worried. Hotaru, especially.
大丈夫です。少し日陰で休めば平気。
Okay, so this is a little tangent or off, whatever. So today is February 14th, and suddenly I remember White Album too because today is Setsuda's birthday. But I remember that one scene in fucking That's just a normal ending, just outside the train station. Anyway, that was random. Anyway, what else could you? Got it. I take her hand. It really is hot to the touch. I look around for a kombini or something. Or we could head back to the kissa.
こっちに来て。
Hotaru starts walking ahead of me. There's an absent-minded look on her face. I can see the sweat on the back of her neck and her hot breathing. Hear her hot breathing. I'm too entranced by these things to notice, but something odd is happening. Hotaru is taking me behind some random building along a back street. It certainly seems like a good place to escape from the heat, but why here? Suddenly, she giggles. She squats in front of a fire escape at the back of the building. At first, I think she's too tired from the heat to walk any longer. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Her expression is kind of strange too. Hotaru? Damn!
暑い。
Suddenly, she grabs his skirt and lifts it up high. Not just her ankles and shins this time, but even her thighs and underwear are fully visible. Sure, I've seen girls flap their skirts to air them out before. But this... Hotaru?
見て。
She moans, her cheeks red with a mixture of shame and arousal.
恥ずかしいけど見てもらうためにこんなことしてるんだから。
I'm completely at a loss for words. I can't think straight either. My eyes are glued to her panties, and I can't wrest them away. Her fingers tremble as she holds the hem of her skirt. Doshite. My throat is dry, but finally I manage to speak.
これくらいできなきゃってこれくらいできなきゃってこういうことですよね。恥ずかしいことだって私できますよ。
Her face is bright red. Her expression seems anguish. No, it's neither reluctant nor suffering. She's just aroused by the shame of being watched by me. And she's even more aroused by the fact that that arouses her. And can I touch you? I state my desire out loud, honestly. Her thighs and crotch hidden under her skirt until just now are damp with sweat. It must surely smell. I want to touch them. I want to lick them. I start to reach out my hand, but Hotaru's expression grows even more anguished. Or aroused.
今はだってこんなところで
What's wrong with here? This place is good enough for her to expose herself, but not good enough for me to touch her.
難しい
Clutching her skirt, she struggles between the desire to put it back down or the desire to stay as she is. I've seen her half undressed before, of course. And naturally, I've seen her fully undressed too. We did have sex before, after all. Still, something about her current state is even more erotic. In the middle of sex, I'm always partially focused on what I'm doing, so I had to rely on multiple senses, not just sight. I always had to be thinking about how to make my partner feel good at each moment. But now, all I can do is watch. All I can do is watch. And I'm set aflame by the irritation it brings. State of focus. And most of all, Hotaru's shame. I try to suppress my breathing, which is quickly growing rough, as I stare at her thighs and crotch. She has a petite frame, but her butt is as cavernous as any woman. Sweat drips down her thighs, almost as if it were nectar from between them. I want to make that nectar flow freely, as I've done before. I want to bury my face in her crotch, inside her skirt. But I have to swallow those desires for now.
誠さんこれでいいの
I nod in response to her strained voice, but without taking my gaze off her nether regions. Yes. You're beautiful. That's perfect.
やだ私がこんなことでこんなに興奮しちゃうの
She closes her eyes tightly and shakes her head. This Hotaru is realizing for the first time how easily she succumbs to sexual pleasure. But I already know. Hotaru is a smart girl, so almost everything she understands is with her head and more than her heart. That's why she has little comprehension of her own romantic feelings. But in practice, carnal responses far exceed what the mind can imagine.
やだ熱いムズムズする
Where? She glares at me in reply. I want to suck those little tears out of her eyes. I can't take this anymore. Hotaru, I want to touch you. I have to.
まだ心の準備ができてないの
She realizes I'm serious and rears back, with shock written in her face. Demo. She can tell me to wait all she wants, but I simply can't take it any longer. I've been wanted by Hotaru before, so I know how to pleasure her, and that makes it even harder to resist now.
じゃあ私が自分でするから
We walk We walk holding hands. We walk looking for a place to do our lewd acts. We're walking at a slow pace, but at my side, I see that Hotaru is letting out hot, aroused pants. Once I spot a decent bush near the lake, we both sprint over to it. I sit down on the ground and hug Hotaru down to the ground. She rests her head in my lap. She lets out a comfortable sigh as she feels the cool shade under the trees. Hotaru, you're pretty plush. I can tell that her skin is getting hot, even through our clothes.
だってあんなことしたらそりゃ熱くもなりますよ。
Doing that.
繰り返さないでくださいよ。もう。
How adorable.
うん。
She's cute even when she's pouting. It's not long before Hotaru smiles.
涼しいけど暑い。
You're about to get even hotter.
そうですよね。でも私オナニーがあんなに気持ちよかったの初めて。
Hotaru lets out a hot sigh once again.
お父さん以外のおちんちん見たのも初めてだった。
This is a strange feeling.
私今まで恋人いたことないですし、おちんちん見たの初めてってそんなに変なことですか？
No, that's not what I meant. I shake my head as I pet Hotaru's. This is the third time that I've done anything sexual with you, Hotaru. Which is why I'll immediately forget that the Hotaru right now is a shoujo again, unless I keep conscious effort to remember.
ああ、なるほど。誠さんがおちんちん出したの3回目になるんですね。いや、私そんなにおちんちんとか連呼したいわけじゃないんですけど。
Straight up uses the word anyway.
何ですか、まるでねだってるみたいじゃないですか。
I'd be happy if you were begging me for it. I finish petting Hotaru's head and nudge it towards my crotch.
我慢できません？
Hotaru, you may feel good after coming a little before. But me, on the other hand,
正直でエッチな人。
Hotaru smiles coquettishly and softly rubs my crotch. She strokes the contours of my shaft, through my pants, of course. But it feels irresistibly good.
あ、硬くなってる。それに大きい。
Hotaru. Unable to contain myself, I end up urging her on.
はーい。
Hotaru gives a jockey response before she puts her hand. Afterward, I want to bathe as soon as possible. But it might be a bit dangerous to go home straight away. So we decided to go to the lake first. What in particular is a bit dangerous? Well, that's simple. Not gonna lie, that was a really good JHC, man. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Anyway. Hotaru seems out of it as she drifts down the path. Are you alright?
なんだか足の感覚がなくて浮いてるみたい。
She puts both hands to her cheeks and giggles.
気持ちよすぎておかしくなると思ったけど、ああ、これおかしくなっちゃってるのかな。体育のプールの後みたいに空気がちょっと重くてぬるま湯の中にいるみたいに。わかります？
I do.
そう。よかった。わかってもらえて。
She nestles up to me as we walk. Like a koneko, she rubs her cheek against my arm. I let that arm to hug her shoulders. She's right. And also, like just after coming out of the pool, our hair and skin are slightly damp. Are you sleepy?
そうですね。さすがに疲れたみたいです。
You probably sweated a lot. Once you recovered a little, you can go back home and you can take a bath. After that, you should get some good sleep.
そうですね。でも
But what? As I look down at her next to me, she looks up at me with a gentle smile.
今日はお風呂に入りたくないなって気持ちもあります。
Imagine that smell.
誠さんの匂いとか肌の感触とか洗い流しちゃうともったいない気がする。
Ponder that aroma. Ah, I see.
照れました？
A little. She smiles prettily and begins to nuzzle my shoulder.
風が気持ちいいし誠さんの体温も気持ちいい。
She looks around the area. As she does so, her eyes reflect the light of sunset, just like the broad, glittering shallows of the lake.
綺麗だね。
Yes, it is. I nod as I keep looking into her eyes. Finally nosing my gaze, she realizes what I mean and laughs shyly.
これが誰かを本当に好きになるって気持ちなんだ。
It's a soft murmur, but it's the most beautiful sound I ever heard. Okaeri, Hotaru. She wraps her arms around me.
ただいま誠さん。
That night, in my dreams, I think over many things. I love Hotaru. I don't want to lose her. And most of all, I want to make her the happiest girl in the world. I'm awoken by the bright sunlight and a voice calling my name. But something feels off. Ah, it's because Kokoro doesn't usually come to wake me up. Ohaya. I wonder if I overslept by accident as I opened my eyes.
お兄ちゃん。
Ah! I'm startled to see Hotaru's face right in front of me. As I jump in surprise, I end up falling out of bed.
わあ、すごい動き。さすが山育ち。
I'm still not fully awake, so my senses are still dull. It doesn't really hurt that much, but I can tell I racked my elbow. I stagger to my feet. Oh, what's happening?
せっかく一つ屋根の下で生活しているので恋人を起こして差し上げようかと。
I see. That makes sense. But by that logic, why didn't you just come and sleep in my bed like I invited you to last night?
そんなことしたら誠さん絶対に私を寝かせてくれないでしょ。
Of course not, obviously. When would I?
そこでうなずくあなたがすごいと思います。
Of course I am. I mean, I love you, right? And when we're making love, the way you respond to my... She doesn't let me finish my rant.
一日に2度もあんなことされたら私日を待たずに死んでしまいます。そうでなくても隣に心やマナちゃんがいるのにそんなことしてたら。
True. You really can't control your voice when you're making love, Hotaru.
朝からなんで会話で
This morning? I'd be happy to do naughty things all day long, but I guess I should keep that to myself. I'm sorry. ところで, what time is it now?
7時ですよ。
Huh. That's not pretty late. Everything's more relaxed during Natsuyasumi, I guess.
いえ、夏休みの7時って十分早起きだと思いますけど。
Alright, well, let me put on my clothes and I'll make some breakfast.
何か手伝いますか？
As I take my day clothes out of the drawer, Hotaru offers their services. Hotaru, can you cook?
全然全く。でも私のことだから慣れればできると思うんです。
Ah, I see, but it's okay. I'll do the cooking.
そうですか。ちょっと残念ですね。
She gets up without much protest. How do I put this? What with the Kokoro Onigiri incident, I find it hard to trust the cooking of outside world girls just yet. Wait a second, you like Azuki-san's cooking? By Azuki-san's request, we had a simple Japanese breakfast of gohan, miso shiro, and grilled fish. I might want to have that kind of breakfast tomorrow. Maybe. I'm thinking about it now. Incidentally, Kokoro and Mana slept through it.
あの二人は夏休みを満喫していますね。
Hotaru looks up at the second floor, laughing, as she helps me wash the dishes afterwards.
ホタルちゃんもゆっくり寝ていてもよかったのよ。私は眠りが浅いので。というか、誠さんは？誠は普段から早寝早起きで遅く起きる方が無理でしょうね。まあこの子たまに半日以上寝てたりするけど。
That's true.
それ寝てるんじゃなくて倒れているだけなんじゃ。
She's probably right.
じゃあお母さんは着替えてくるから。あ、今日もホタルが呼び込みをしましょうか。たまにでいいわよ。
Azuki-san returns to her room to change.
残念。
Let's at least help her open the kisa. While we do that, we can think about what we want to do today. Tonight, Hotaru will return to her own house. Even though I know I'll see her again on Sunday, I wanted to be with her the whole time if possible. But on the other hand, having more time to myself might help me think of a way to save her. Whenever I'm with her, I always find myself thinking about happier topics.
今日の予定なら決まっていますよ。
Oh, I'm up for anything.
誠さんと私の思い出にある場所をぐるっと歩いてみたいです。
You want to tour the town?
そう。誠さんと私のことを話に聞いて頭で理解はしました。けど今はその場所に立って自分の肌で感じてみたい。好きな人のことはもっと知りたいものでしょ。
I see. If there's time, I'd love to learn about Hotaru too. ところで, I never found out what your favorite food is.
あら、言ってませんでしたっけ。
She comes closer.
お耳を拝借。
Huh? Is it a food that you don't want other people to know about?
ふふふふふ。
Feeling a little scared, I lean my ears toward her mouth.
私の好きな食べ物は。
I suddenly feel something warm and wet on my ear. And a strangled voice comes out of my throat. Oh, man. What? Nani? I step back, touching my ear. It's a little damp.
甘噛みしただけですよ。
Nande? As I stare at her in surprise, she puts on a prim smile, the polar opposite of what she did to my poor ear.
私の一番好きな食べ物はあなた。
God, I wish. I love Hotaru now. Jesus Christ.
ちなみに次に好きなものはピザとケーキ。飲み物ではカルピスが好きです。
Man, this is perfect. Pizza, keiki, and kalpis. What's the name that's the name of kalpis in England in America? They changed the name of kalpis in America. I should probably buy some just for Hotaru later. She sticks out her tongue at me.
何でも味の濃いものが好きということですね。
Wait, does that also mean you also like the R calpis, if you know what I mean? If you don't know what calpis, just search it up and you'll get an idea what I just meant. It's half an hour later. We arrive at the eastern outskirts of town, beyond the residential areas. There's almost no one around compared to in town, but the increased number of cicadas crying cacophonously more than compensates for the lack of humans. And here's where I first came down from the mountains.
行き倒れた場所ですね。
You could say that too. The trees provide shade without blocking the wind, making the temperature quite cool here. Though I gotten used to living in town, I still think I'm better suited to more wild places like this. Hotaru wanted me to retrace my steps through this town, but is this really a worthwhile way to spend the day? I think I asked something similar yesterday, but are you sure you'll want to spend the day doing something like this?
こんなこと
Like, we're not likely to do anything more than just walk and talk all day.
それがいいんじゃないですか。
Really?
今日一日だけどれだけお金を使ってもいいとか、世界の王様になれたとしてもやりたいことなんてありませんよ。誠さんだってあずきさんを助けるために死ぬだろうって覚悟した日、何かをするより眠ることを選んだんでしょ。
I think so?
覚えていないんですか？
Back then, I was really desperate, so maybe I wasn't paying that close attention. She chuckles as I scratch my head.
私はそういう余裕がない自分が嫌いなんです。
I could totally understand. I mean, given how we see what her worst looks like.
私の願いは生きたいなんですから。死にたくないからと焦り取り乱し、生きている自分を放棄するのは許せない。
That's true. The original Hotaru wants not to die, but my Hotaru wants to live. Those two wishes seem similar, but they're actually completely different.
まあ一つだけやってみたいことは思いついたんですけどね。やりませんけど。
What is it?
誠さんの故郷の里を見てみたいかなとは思いました。
I see. And that village is kind of a place you couldn't get to just by having all of the cash or being the queen of the world. I can see why it would pique her interest. I don't really like this idea, but it did occur to me that if I took you to the village, they might have some way to save you there. When I tell about what I've been thinking, her smile vanishes. With a serious look on her face, she starts to tap her chin with one finger.
乗り気になれない理由をご説明しましょうか。
Yeah, it might force him to come back for life, you know. You can tell.
おそらくですが、誠さんの話を聞く限り、里の掟とやらがあるので、私は見捨てられるでしょう。さらに、誠さんも言霊でいじくられ、外へ出た記憶を消されて、二度と里を離れられないようにされるんじゃないですかね。私ならそうします。
That's plausible. Yes. But surely you could have been a little more optimistic in your prediction.
私はホタルを救う気はありませんが、 いけそうなアイディアがあれば助言くらいはしますよ。
Understood.
それより生き倒れていた誠さんのお話ですよ。
That's a rather sad way of putting it. Grumbling a little, I look around the area. I think the spot was right around here. I kneel down and pat the ground. Although not many people pass by here, enough time has passed that the scruffy marks where I was lying are long gone. I look up from the dirt to the sky. It all started that summer day, when I was flat on my back, looking up at the Aozora and Kokoro. Well, I guess it really started when Kokoro stepped on my face, but that makes it sound pretty pathetic.
死にそうな時、どんなことを考えていたんですか？
Tamago.
卵？
The ground seemed hot enough to fry an egg on. Then I started wondering what kind of things hatch from eggs.
哲学ですね。
She pats me on the head a few times, and I stand up again. She leans her head against my arm.
心よりも前に私が倒れている誠さんを見つけていたら面白かったかな。
Funnier, huh? That's what's important?
もちろん。
But either way, you're the first person I told about my kotodama, so I guess things wouldn't have been that different.
そっか。ホタルの方が秘密主義じゃ変わらないか。ずっと頭でっかちだったんだな、私。
She whispers to herself, looking a little bit sad. Well, considering where I collapsed, a more likely scenario would be that Kyoko found me.
話をそらしてくれてお気遣いどうも。
Sure. I pointed to the large torii nearby. Following my footsteps, the next place I went after Kokoro took me back to Origami Kisaden. Was here, the jinja.
半日眠り込んで心の刺激的なおにぎりを食べた後ですね。
I don't even want to think about that onigiri.
あれはあれで生きてるって実感が湧くんですけどね。まあ行きましょう。
She hugs my arms, pulling me towards the torii.
誠くんとホタルちゃん、こんにちは。
When we reach the top of the stone steps, we find Kyoko in her Biko outfit. Konnichiwa.
こんにちは。
She's so tired already. Hotaru must not have much stamina, as she's out of breath by the time she reaches the top of the stairs. You have to recall, this is the healthy Hotaru, by the way, so she doesn't have that much stamina to begin with, I guess.
お水いりますか？
I mean, even if she was the healthy Hotaru, she's still hard of breath.
いえ、大丈夫です。
She opens her parasol and crouches under it, winded. I should let her be for a moment so she can catch her breath. It's been a while since I've seen you, Kyoko. And also for everyone else. Everyone kind of forgot about her, I guess.
夏休みだと学園で会いませんからね。心ちゃんやまなちゃんとは会っていますけど。
Well, I,
はい、誠くんにはホタルちゃんがいますからお気になさらず。
Kyoko looks down at my kanajo, still panting on the ground, and chuckles.
それでお二人は今日はどうして神社に？カブトムシやセミ取りですか？
What?
この辺りは大きい木が多いので夏休みになると子供たちがいっぱい来るんですよ。夜のうちに砂糖水を木に塗っておくと早朝に虫がいっぱい集まるんです。
That sounds fun. But no. I scratch my cheek. We're doing a walking tour of the town, visiting places from my memories of my life here.
ああ、なるほど。
She smiles placidly. This place also features in my memories as the side of Suzuka's story. While we haven't gotten to that part yet, it's very important to me too. I think back to how beautiful the lanterns in the lake looked that day. So, Kyoko, are you in the middle of sweeping the grounds?
はい。今日は午後からここで神前式があるんです。そういうおめでたい日ですから、念入りに。
Shinzen Shiki.
結婚式のことです。和風の。
Ah, I didn't know you did weddings here.
都会なら洋風の結婚式が多いでしょうが、この辺りでは神前式の方が普通かもしれませんね。
I think I've seen Western wedding scenes in manga. The kind where the bride wears a fancy dress.
そうか。神前式なら、それこそ神様である誠くんの前で愛を誓ってもらってもいいかもしれませんね。
I'll be happy to pray for the couple's happiness, and that's good enough.
言霊なら実益もありますものね。ツッコミ不在の会話は聞いているだけでクラクラしますね。
Hotaru finally stands up and joins us.
それにしても結婚式とはいいですね。いいですよね。私は子供の頃から目にする機会が多かったので、やはり白無垢の花嫁さんに憧れます。ホタルはドレスの方がいいかな。
I get it. You're Ojo, you know, in the Akia kind of way.
ホタルちゃんは小柄ですし、間違いなくドレスの方が似合うでしょうね。可愛らしい。セラこれから飲みますから。
I bet.
もうすっごい飲みまくりますから。
She's resigned to her disappearance on Sunday night and her original's impending death. But she's very forward-looking when it comes to her height.
ところで誠くんはまた何か問題に巻き込まれているのですか？
Huh? Why do you ask? She asked so suddenly, yet casually. Then I'm quite surprised. Kyoko is surprised at my reaction too.
その言ってはいけませんでしたか？そこで急にコミュ障にならなくてもいいでしょうに。
Hotaru rolls her eyes, but I'm curious about what Kyoko might have noticed. Did I say something to give you that impression?
いえ、そういうことではないのですが、自分の過去を思い返すときって大抵何か大きな決断を下そうとしている時だと思うんです。これまでの自分の人生の大事なことを思い出して、今からする決断が正しいかどうかを決めようって。で、大きな決断ということは、つまりまた何か問題でもあるのかなと。
Oh, I see. I'm even more impressed when she explains her thought process. Kyoko, you're very perceptive, aren't you?
人の顔色や言葉を伺ってしまうのはどうも癖になっていて。まあ誠さんが問題に巻き込まれていない期間ってそもそも全然ないんじゃないですかね。
That's not... Well, maybe it is somewhat true. I think since I've come here, I've only had maybe 10 really peaceful days. The life of a protagonist, I guess.
それにしても結婚式かいいな。
Unusually for her, Hotaru keeps returning to a single topic. Do you want to come by later and see the Shinzen Shiki?
そうですね。時間が合えば。ぜひともいらしてください。結婚は一生に一度。最も幸せな出来事ですから。 ま、結婚は2度はない方がいいですからね。
そうですね。
Kyoko smiles sheepishly, then glances at the nearby building.
そろそろ準備に戻らないと。
働いているところを邪魔してしまってすみません。
いえいえ、お二人と久しぶりに話せて嬉しかったです。
Alright then, see you later.
はい、ホタルちゃんもまたです。
私、
ホタルちゃん？
Kyoko looks puzzled at Hotaru's sudden difficulty in speaking.
あ、
Hotaru begins to sweat, and while keeping her eyes on Kyoko, unconsciously reaches her hand towards me, a sign that she feels anxious. I take her hand in mine. She's surprised at my touch. At first, but noticing it's me, she deeply entwines her fingers with mine.
すみません。変に取り乱してしまって。
いえ、私は別に何も。
Kyoko is bewildered. Naturally, there's no way she could guess why Hotaru was acting like that.
気にせず、お仕事に戻ってください。お邪魔にはなりたくないので。
Hotaru tries to smile, but I can feel her hand trembling.
はい。
Kyoko still seems curious, but she bows to us again and leaves, entering the building. 大丈夫?
はい。もう平気。へっちゃらです。
She exhales. See you next time, huh? I repeat Kyoko's words that had set Hotaru off.
今度は、もう、ないんですよね。今のが、私が京子さんと話をする、最後の機会だったのかもしれませんね。いえ、わかっているんです。わかってる。わかっていたはずなのに。
Her face begins to turn pale again. She clutches my hand so tightly it hurts.
幸せなことが、こんなに怖いだなんて。
Hotaru. I call her name, but she doesn't look at me.
怖いのはダメ。オリジナルの時の感覚が戻ってきて。
Hotaru. I put my hands to her cheeks and gently turn her head to face me. Her unfocused gaze slowly zeroes in on my face.
私、どこにいるの？
You're right here, Hotaru. You're standing in front of me.
そんなに不安そうな顔しないでください。
Her strained, rigid face begins to relax. I sigh in relief. You're the one who was looking anxious, Hotaru.
そうですね。
She stands on tiptoe and kisses me. Our lips touch only for a brief moment, but it's enough to make her face bloom into a smile.
怖いけど、それがとても嬉しい。だって怖いのは、誠さんやみんなを今までより好きになったせいなんだから。好き。あなたが好きなの。頭がおかしくなりそうなほど好き。
I know. I nod. Because I felt exactly the same way. So I pull her into a hug, along with that precious feeling. As the cicadas chirp all around us, the two of us melt into each other's arms.
誠さんの心臓、ドキドキしてる。
She murmurs, pressed against my chest.
あと、汗臭い。
Imagine that smell. She say that, but she likes it. Every time. After that, we walk down the hill from the Jinja and head for the lake. Along the way, I buy ramune, and Hotaru buys some bottled tea. This place is full of memories for me. I look out across the lake, swing the soda bottle in my hand. It's a clear summer afternoon. There are a few number of tourists and locals who have come to the lake today. The water lantern ceremony. The time I collapsed after transferring life force to Azuki-san and was saved by Mana, and many more. As I talk, I turn in a circle to look around. Finally, my gaze lands on Hotaru, who's standing in front of me. More importantly, this is where I first met you, Hotaru.
はじめまして、誠さん。
I'm sure she's joking, but her smile is just like it was that day.
最初に出会った時のホタルはどんな印象でした？
Kokoro was my only point of comparison back then. Compared to her simple cheeriness, you seem more dignified to me. I pressed my temples, trying to remember more details. And what was that again? You called yourself Mokeke something Harris, I think?
Huh?
Hey, you said it, not me.
私、何言ってるんですか？
Ask yourself, not me.
わけがわかりませんよ。何ですか？モケケお嬢様って。
She gets us instantly and shrugs. I can't remember any more details, so I start to drink my ramune. I can feel it replace the sweat I've been losing all day as it burns my throat on the way down. The most important events that happened to me here were mostly at night though. I make that observation as I continue walking through my memories of this lake in my mind. I was just talking to myself, but Hotaru hears me and smiles.
昼間は何もかもが明るくて、誠さんや私のような人間は何もできませんからね。
I guess we're dissidents of the night, Yoru, now. Oh man, suddenly I missed Sakura Moyu just now. Welcome back to the Yoru no Kuni. I take another sip. Do you want to see what the flower garden with the fireflies is like during the daytime?
いいえ。あそこを訪れるなら夜に限ります。それに昼に行って寝ているホタルを起こすのも薄いですしね。
Okay.
それに最後を迎えようと思ってる場所だから今はいいんです。
I look at her and she looks at me. Neither of us have anything more to say. It is what it is. There's no need to argue over it. Because we accept each other. We each also accept what the other is trying to do. Hotaru wants to be the last Minazuki Hotaru. And I want to say Minazuki Hotaru. And of course, we're both open to hearing opinions from others. And whenever possible, we'd both choose a future where everyone can be happy. But the most important thing for us is to decide for ourselves. People who can't decide for themselves can be said to never die, but only because they never really live in the first place. Hotaru and I just simply aren't able to bring ourselves to give up the act of living.
何がふむなんですか？
Yeah, I was just thinking that Kotodama is able to bend and break people's personal decisions. What a frightening power.
何を今さら。
I had no answer to her admonition, so I just take another sip of my Hansan. For an instant, the sunlight lensing through the glass bottle focuses just right, stabbing me in the eye.
ラムネ好きなんですか？
Hotaru looks up at me as I rattle the glass marble in the neck of the bottle while downing the soda.
前も先週の私に口移しした時もラムネを飲んでたんでしょ？
More precisely, I got to enjoy taking kakigori from Hotaru's mouth, but never got to the part where I got to feed her soda from my mouth. Yes, and that was last week's Hotaru. I think of her as I shake the bottle a bit more. It's not that I particularly like the taste, I mostly just think the bottle is pretty, I guess.
なるほど。カラスみたいにキラキラしたものが好きなんですね。
No, it's not just that it's shiny. I also like the sound of the marble rattling in it. I shake the bottle again, making the marble rattle, and Hotaru breaks into a smile.
いいですね。私も好き。
I indicate the lake with my eyes. I feel like I'm drinking the lake's surface, glittering sunlight and all.
あれが全部ラムネだったら、それはびっくりパラダイスですね。
Bikkuri paradise. And then they translate it in a very much more complicated way. How inspiring.
ああ、今日の夜は紅茶風呂とか牛乳風呂もやってみようかな。
Oh shit. This is a tangent. So there's some onsen in Japan that actually has something like this. I actually once went to one that has fucking wine on it. Maybe I should have tried to drink it, but no. That was an interesting experience. But anyway, that was random. Let's go to you. Bathing in gyunyu?
お肌がツルツルになるそうですよ。
You don't have to do that. Your skin was already really smooth all over when we...
おやめください。
She suddenly becomes frantic as she looks around. Don't worry, there's nobody close enough to hear us. As a Kotodama user, I have a very good sense of and control over how far my voice travels.
当たり前ですよ。今のが誰かに聞こえてたら、誠さんを殺して私も死にます。
なんで？
全身ツルツルとか、そのこと。
It felt great at the touch. And your hair down there. This time she really shouts at the top of her lungs. A few tourists quite some distance away turn to see what's going on.
なんですか？欲求不満ですか？エッチなことしないと死んじゃう人なんですか？
Hotaru, calm down. And yes, honestly, if I couldn't do sexual things with you, I'd feel so sad I could die, but...
こんな時まで天然発揮しなくていいんですよ。というか、これが落ち着けますか？昨日あれだけやっておいて、今日も元気いっぱいなんですか？
I tried to warn her that if she shouts so loudly, people will hear her again. Will hear her even if they're far away. Oops. Oh well. I close my ears and shout to the sky in a loud voice. Go away from here! Sorry about this! Hotaru is surprised, but she's not my target. Every person within the range of my voice quickly turns and begins to walk away.
おお。
Is this the time to be impressed by my kotodama?
そういえば、私は実際に誠さんが言霊を使ってるところを目にしたの初めて。
Oh yeah, cause if she's based from the original, obviously everything. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, I guess I haven't been using it much at all recently, especially since it doesn't work on Hotaru anyway. No, wait, it isn't your first time seeing it.
そうでしたっけ？
It wasn't a big deal, so I'm not surprised you forgot. But I did speak one to Azuki-san, reinforcing that Mana and I are her children, right? Remember? Also, oh no, that's the last week Hotaru. That's the last week Hotaru. Also, when we were having sex at home, and Kokoro came into the room while you had my dick in your mouth.
それもう私じゃないですから。
Hmm? Huh? Oh yeah, that was last week.
というか、なんてことしてるんですか？
You're the one who was doing it, not me.
そうですよ。私がなんてことしてるんですか？
She's almost in tears as she shouts at her past self. Thankfully, there's no one around anymore. That night in the garden, I didn't go over all the details of exactly how we had sex, of course. So this is new information to her.
もう、まったく。私は。
Don't worry. You're no less bold than last week's Hotaru. What with lifting your skirt in public and masturbating.
勝ってどうするんですか？
I was trying to help, but she got even madder. This is hard. As we continue talking, one person actually starts approaching us. I'm surprised that my kotodan will run out that quickly, but once I see who it is, I understand why. Hotaru.
何ですか？
It's Mana. By the time Hotaru turns around to look, Mana is already almost here.
何してるの？
Hotaru is surprised at Mana's sudden appearance, but if anything, it seems to have calmed her down. Thank goodness. We were just walking. How about you, Mana? Are you alone? She seems to have woken up not long after we left the house.
あいにく許嫁を取られちゃったから一人よ。
Huh?
わ
Wow.
冗談。
お。ホタルは、誠さんのことは冗談じゃなくて、本気ですよ。
おっと、やられたわね。
I started to break out in cold sweat, but it seems the two girls are being pretty friendly after all. Well, I think Mana likes Hotaru's direct personality. Or no, maybe Hotaru is actively trying to match Mana's expectations.
で、マナちゃんは何をしてるの？
本当に何もしていないわ。私こそ散歩してるだけ。
Mana shrugs.
京子は神社で用事があるみたいだし、心も学園で友達となんとかって言ってたから、今日は本当に一人なのよね。
Couldn't you have gone with Kokoro?
わざわざ休みに制服なんか着て学園に行きたくないわよ。
わかるわかる。
As Hotaru nods, Mana looks at her closely.
どうしたの？
ひざまずきなさい。
As soon as I hear the words, I collapse to my knees.
言霊にはなってるはずなのに、やっぱり聞かないのね。
She looks between Hotaru, who's still standing, and me, as I kneel on the ground. Mana?
何よ、自分で解除すればいいでしょ。今回はすごく軽くよ。
I want to avoid using my power if I can for now.
立ちなさい。
And this time my legs move by themselves, and I soon find myself standing upright again. That wasn't very nice.
座って立ち上がっただけじゃない。
It was just sudden.
あなたも周りにしていたじゃない。
I see. She must have heard my kotodama earlier, and is getting back at me for it now. Obviously, she was able to cancel its effect on her easily, though.
マナちゃんの言霊も、私には聞かないか。
Hotaru opens and closes her fist, confirming that she's still in full control of her body.
つい試してみたくなるのよね。
別に構いませんよ。
You know, I would have thought that Mana would react to how she just commented something that she should already know, you know, and Mana should be like, "What do you mean?" No, she said it in the same. It's as if like she doesn't know she's finally witnessing it for the first time. But I don't know. I don't think it was very nice to do that though.
それより二人して何してるの？
Nothing, just walking around to various places.
デートなんでしょ？映画を見に行ったり、クレープを食べに行ったり、それらしいことしてきなさいよ。
マナちゃんの方が随分と今風だね。
You really do. It seems that Mana really has become even more used to life in town than I have.
別にそういうことじゃないわよ。最近、心にそういうところに連れて行かれただけや。
She did go to a movie with Kokoro the other day. True. When she came back, she was raving about how much bigger the screen was than a TV.
マナちゃんも一緒に遊びます？
まさか。あなたも誠と二人きりでいたいんだろうから、誘うのやめたら？
それもそうですね。
They really do get along well.
ちょうどいいわ。一つ聞きたいことがあるの。
What is it?
あなたにじゃないわ。
それなら私。
Hotaru turns to Mana.
あなたは誠を愛してる？
The music stops for this type of question. Of course. the former fiance is going to take this seriously. I mean, she was actually madly in love with him after all. Oh no, I think she still is madly in love with him, but is like queuing up in case something goes wrong.
はい、本当に。
Hotaru frowns slightly.
私は嘘をついてる気は一切ないんですけど、言霊で聞かないと信用できませんか？
Now Mana is frowning.
そうね。本当なら、それが確実。でも、今は自分の目と耳で確かめるわ。あなたは、誠を本当に愛している？幸せになれる？
Mana asks sincerely, and Hotaru's expression also becomes more serious.
はい。私は、誠さんを愛しています。で、私は幸せかは 100% うなずけますが、幸せにできるかは。
Of course, I'm happy to. As she glances at me, I interject with a smile.
そう。信じるわ。信じたわよ。
She says it twice. No, the second time was directed at me, I think.
ああ。じゃあ、私は帰ってご飯を食べるわ。
Already?
誠さん、
For some reason, Hotaru's tossing.
呼び止めないであげてください。
ホタルは分かってるわね。
Mana turns her face away from us. Then she looks up at the sky.
心は、あの日泣けたの。あなたが、ホタルを好きだと伝えてくれた。あの日。私は、今日泣くわ。
You know what? I know I'm supposed to go through the other routes, but you know, the whole setup of the true routes of the Hotaru routes, man, is just making me like, I can't look back now. That's what I feel like right now. It's not that I don't want to, but it feels like going through the story is just like making me like take this seriously and be like, no, I shouldn't go back. It would be disrespectful to the wishes that I myself took. I don't know. I'm too absorbed. I don't know, man. I'm too in sync with the current situation. Though the funny thing is, we're going to do the true route after this, so After that, we continue to trace my steps around town, and we continue to trace various memories. In the early summer, I escape my village and embark on a journey. Now in midsummer, that journey might be coming to an end. On our way from the lake to the school, we pass by the Byoin. Hotaru doesn't say anything, but she does look towards the Byoin building.
暑いですけど、気持ちの良い天気ですね。
The weather is nice. It's no surprise that the original Hotaru would desire to leave that dark room and come out into the sunlight. This is Natsu. If I had left my village at this time of year, I probably never have made it here.
それはなかなか。
My Kotodama is powerless against the forces of nature after all.
どうでしょうね。極めれば言霊は無機物や関連的なものにでも影響を与えられそうですけど。
Well, conceptual entities, we kind of know it kind of works on Suzuka, but it doesn't work on Hotaru. So there might be there might be a bit. It depends. Unless it could work on conceptual entities if he's holding hands with Kyoko while he's doing the Kotodama. I don't know, man. I don't know about inanimate objects, but I think they're not affected because of how. Because Kotodama is just like sharing your life force, and the things that affect them is affected by. It's just a side effect of you sharing your soul, but inanimate objects still have souls, so nothing happens to them. But consensual entities, you know what? Actually, I think it now makes sense for me, as long as he's holding hands with Kyoko or something like that, or when he's doing his kotodama. Really?
万物に霊が宿るとする東洋の考え方なら、最終的にどんなものにでも通じるはず。
Oh yeah, I heard about this thing. So I like that perspective. Okay.
これでも誠さんの力で自分を救えるかもって言霊に関係していそうなことはいろいろと勉強したんですよ。
She grins impishly.
まあただあなたには無理です。
Huh? I know I'm probably a below average kotodama user, but I'm surprised she seems so sure I can't do it.
いえ悪い意味ではないんです。目指している場所が違うというか、多分里の人たちが最終的に目指しているのはそこなんだと思います。属性から離れ万能であること、本当の意味での神様になること。でも誠さんが目指しているのはその正反対、人として生きて人と交わることでしょ。それでいいんですよ。あなたは神様になんてならないで私の横にいてください。
She hugs my arm. Whoa there.
神様になったら抱きしめることもキスもできないんですよ。
That's true. I kiss the top of her head. Her hair smells of fresh summer sunlight. She's short, slender, and slim. But when she hugs me, she feels softer than anyone else. Eventually, we arrive at school. I used to come here so often, but now it feels like it's been quite a while since I was last here. I guess this is the final stop of our memory tour.
狭い町ですからね。神社からここまで町の端から端まで歩いてきたわけですし。
But to me, it felt like the whole wide world. The village was not just small, but also completely unified. It was only one place. In comparison, this town is heaven to me. It's not just that it covers a lot of geographical area. It's that every person here lives in their own different world. Human free will creates infinite breadth. I guess we came here without our uniforms again.
ああ、私は家がすぐそこですから着替えてこれますね。
No, yeah, don't betray me like that.
一連卓章？
If someone gets mad at us, I'll solve it somehow with my kotodama.
出し惜しみしてるんじゃないですか？
Huh?
なるべく長生きできるように。いえ、そうしてほしいんです。私なんかよりも誠さんにはずっと楽しく暮らしていてほしい。笑顔でいてほしい。それが私の願いよ。
She smiles gently as she enters the building. I open my mouth a little too late to catch her. That's not really, well, I mean, I am trying to avoid using it, but I scratch my head. It's not that I want to live longer, it's just, if I manage to discover a way to save Hotaru with my kotodama, I want to make sure I still have enough life force left to do it. Well, whatever. I follow her into the building.
わあ、急に暗いところに入ると目がチカチカする。
Me too, but it's cooler in here. The chirping of cicadas, the sound of cars, and other noises of the outside world are distant in here, and my ears feel more relaxed.
涼しいっちゃ涼しいですけど、空気はじっとりですよ。
Actually, it doesn't feel as cool in here as I thought.
夏休みで各教室のクーラーも止まってるから、おこぼれの涼しさがないんですよ。
I see. That's why the corridor is so relatively warm. I wonder if a window is open somewhere. There does seem to be a breeze.
校舎の中は手早く済ませましょう。
Don't you want to linger in each place's memories?
現実の暑さには勝てません。私、暑いの苦手なんです。
We arrive at the classroom. It's been a while since I've seen it.
ここが、誠さんの教室か。
Hotaru looks around. I start to say she's been here several times before, but those were different Hotarus.
この教室は、やっぱり、マナちゃんとの思い出が強いですか？
The strongest is probably my memory of the day I first started attending school, but otherwise, yes, mostly. When Mana forced her way into the class, it was quite a big change. And there was the time when the whole area was covered with snow. I think back to the day of the blizzard, though it wasn't very long ago at all. Oh yeah, she did that. Her Kotodama manifested as a reality warping thing. That she could manifest like actual snow. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That wasn't long ago, but I forgot about that. I think of the beauty of those snowdrifts, shining faintly with bluish white light.
今は、雪が恋しいですけどね。マナちゃん、また暴走しないかしら。
She jokes as she goes to open the windows on the far side of the classroom. We almost roasted that, you know. But Hotaru is the one who saved Mana and me in the end, so I'm sure she knows that. But the other thing I remember here is, well, you might start blushing again, Hotaru.
私と初めて、結ばれたのも。
Yes. I had called her on the Denwa. Sensing how distraught she was, I rushed to school and searched all over for her. Amongst all my memories, that was the Hotaru that left the strongest impression on me. That day, you must have been trying to disappear quietly.
そうですね。
She nods, a distant look in her eyes. Reconstructing what her past self must have been thinking, she continues.
誠さんが現れて、その言霊の力で、もしかしたらオリジナルを救えるかもしれないことを知った。知ってしまった。彼女は、きっと苦しかったでしょうね。死に際に自分の健康なコピーを作れたところで、何もできず、自分の苦しみを増やすような日々でしかなかった。そんな時、初めて生き残れるかもしれないという希望を得た。コピーの自分が存在する意味を得た。でも、そうしないため、あなたに助けを求める自分を止めるために、静かに礼拝堂で祈っていた。あなたに全てを打ち明けるか、籠絡するか、誘導すればよかったのに。
Azuki-san was sick that day, so we closed the incident early. I just happened to call you because I had some free time.
偶然とは怖いですね。いえ、礼拝堂であなたからの電話だと知ったホタルは、偶然ではなく、運命を感じてしまった。つい、弱音を吐いてしまった。きっと、私は、あなたに甘えて、傷つけてしまうから。
I think that was one of the first times Hotaru called herself Watashi. I'm glad. She looks surprised, but I smile. I really am glad. If she hadn't opened up to me a little back then, I'm sure I wouldn't have noticed your suffering. So, I'm glad she did.
あなたに会えて、私は幸せになれました。あら、嬉しい。
She had started looking a little sad, but my words bring a smile to her face. And that's enough to make me feel happy too.
また、惚れ直してしまいそうです。チューしてほしい？ していい？
Of course, I want you to.
おねだり上手ですね。じゃあ、ちょっと頭を下げて。
She stands on tiptoe and.
兄さ
Oh man, Kokoro, perfect timing. In the middle of this.
ん。にゃ
At a sudden voice, she loses her balance. Whoops. I quickly grabbed the back of her neck to stop her from falling. Kokoro.
ーだ。やっぱりここだ。
Kokoro, who had just peeked in from the hallway, now hops towards us like a bunny rabbit.
というか、ホタルンと何してるのこれ。
Huh? Thanks to her light body weight, it looks like I'm supporting her. More like I'm holding her up in the air.
子猫が親猫に運ばれてる時みたいな感じだね。にゃ
Kawaii.
ー。うん。かわいいね。
Kokoro's relaxed attitude makes me smile. So, why are you here, Kokoro? It sounds like you knew we were here.
あまなちゃんからメールがあったの。二人が学園に行くって。
Ah, Soka. Is this your way of getting back at us, Mana?
変なんだよね。お兄ちゃんとホタルが学園に行くから見かけても無視しろって。まなちゃんと喧嘩でもしたの？
Yes, kinda. Sorry I doubted you, Mana. I guess you were trying to be considerate. Though, it backfired. Tokorode, how come you're at school, Kokoro? It's Natsuyasumi.
友達の部活の練習試合の応援。仲良きことです。あと、誠さん、下ろしてください。
Ah, gomen.
人一人を片手で持ち上げ続けるってすごいね、兄さん。
Just really light.
いや
I put down the oddly mewing Hotaru.
ー、まったく、恋人の扱いがなっていません。むしろ人間の扱いとして変だったような気がするよ。心？ホタル？
The two of them hug each other tightly. Sumari, a normal greeting between the two of them.
まあ、二人のお邪魔をしちゃいけないし、挨拶したから私は戻るね。いえ、もうすでにすっごいお邪魔でしたけど。そうなの？もうホタルはプンプン丸ですよ。
She could say that all she wants, but I could see her struggling to keep the smile off her face. She and Kokoro really are close. How nice. I mean, the original Hotaru is actually Kokoro's actual friend. And obviously, this one too, I guess. But you know what I mean.
ごめんね、ホタル。今度アイスおごるから。二段重ねでトッピング付き？コンビニのカップアイスとかじゃダメ？ダメ。それなら次のお小遣いまで待ってね。仕方ないですね。
She smiles even though I know she doesn't expect to be here anymore when that happens. But while Hotaru is acting normally, Kokoro seems to sense something.
ホタル、何かあった？恋人との語らいを親友に邪魔されたばかりですけど。そうじゃなくて。
It's okay, Kokoro. Really. I step in to help her out.
冗談だって分かってるってば。もちろん。んでは。あ、ココロン。
Hotaru stops her just as she's halfway through the door, and she turns around to face us again.
なんじゃらほい。一つお願いがあるんだけど、いいよ。
She accepted without even asking what the favor is. As I stand there watching, Hotaru turns to me.
あと、誠さん。ちょっと教室を出ていてもらってもいいですか？
Huh? Me?
心にだけの内緒話なんです。
ほうほう。
Oh, right then. I'm curious, but as requested, I go outside into the hallway. After about 2 minutes of waiting, Kokoro and Hotaru come out of the classroom. Kokoro looks a little puzzled, but seeing me, she smiles.
じゃあ兄さん、また家でね。
Sure. She leaves without mentioning whatever the two of them talked about.
お待たせしました。
It's fine. May I ask what you were talking about?
構いませんよ。
Huh? I can't? Then why did you have me leave the room?
ホタルに何かあったとき、誠さんのことをお願いねって頼んだんです。ほら、誠さんがいたらそういう顔をしちゃうから、ココロンと二人だけで話したかったの。
She reaches out and strokes my cheek, smiling.
ホタルだけなら、冗談っぽくお願いできるから。あのね、これは私の、女の子としての願いだから、いいの。
Man, I suddenly remembered when Nozumi was dying and told Mana her wished for for Mana to take care of Makoto. So you should have understanding of what she's doing here. As a girl?
私が消えたら、誠さんは、また誰か別の女の子を好きになるでしょ？
No,
そうしてほしいの。いつまでもいなくなった人間を気にしてほしくないから。絶対、また新しく恋をして、幸せになって。で、ね。その相手なんだけど、できれば、ココロンがいいの。京子さんやマナちゃんは、ちょっと、二人とも女の子すぎて、なんだか嫌なの。自分がいなくなった後のことなのに、嫉妬するなんて、変だよね。
she smiles awkwardly.
でも、私がこんなこと考えるなんて、笑っちゃうくらい、すごいことなんだよ。絶対、幸せになってね。誠さん。
Okay. I understand what she's trying to say, and I nod, so as not to deny her feelings. But I don't really accept the premise. Just as she has her wishes, I have my own. Alright. Then, let's move on to the final location. I reach out and take her hand, holding it firmly. As we enter the courtyard, we're briefly enveloped once again in the dazzling sunlight of midsummer. As the residents of the night. Yoru. Oh man, Sakura boy stole my brain, you know. We hurry to the other side, hand in hand, and open the door to the kyokai. Just like the main building, there's no air conditioning here. But this time, it really is cool inside. And more than that, the sounds from the outside are fully shut out. And there's a deep quietness to this place. This is a place more of your memories than mine, I imagine. I don't have much connection to this kyokai, built to honor a god from faraway shores. I've only come here a few times, like when Hotaru and the others showed me around their school, or when I came here looking for her.
そう。祈りの場所。祈られる側の誠さんは、来る理由がないでしょうね。
That's one way to put it. Now that you mentioned it, that's probably one reason. It's true that in the village we have almost no tradition of praying. I wonder what Hotaru prayed for when she came here. I know I might not have another good chance to ask, so I'll bring up the subject now.
どうだろう。今は、実はよくわからない。今なら、あなたが幸せでありますように、とか、みんなが幸せでありますように、とか。 そういうことしか思いつかない。
It's just a thought. But she might not have prayed for anything in particular when she came here.
え
After all, you never asked me for anything either. You asked me to do plenty of things as jokes, but you never asked me to grant a selfish wish of your own. Even though the original Hotaru had asked me to save her life, you continued to tell me not to grant her wish. When I'm with you, I'm almost able to forget I had the power of Kotodama. I've said this before, but the only times I was able to truly be human were the times I was with you.
それは、いいことでしたか？
Of course.
よかったね、誠さん。
She smiles.
でも、私はちゃんとお願いしたでしょ？みんなを幸せにしてあげてって。今日、ぐるーっと街を歩いていてね、誠さんがたくさん幸せだったんだなーってわかった。出会った人たちがみんな笑っていた。いろいろと話は聞いていたけど、自分のお願いが間違いじゃなかったって実感できて、本当に嬉しかった。だから、ありがとう。
She bows slightly. Well, I'm happy to hear that, but there's still one part of that promise I've yet to fulfill. And fulfill it, I must.
オリジナルを助けること？
No. To keep a smile on my own face, too. No, it's nothing. Just, you know. I smile and laugh it off. But in order to keep a smile on my face, you need to be beside me. If you aren't with me, my life has no value. Once we part ways today, the next time I'll see you is Sunday, right?
そう。ごめんなさい。
There's no need to apologize. She just has more people to thank than I do. And I want to let her mend her awkward relationship with her parents to make it easier for her. I hope that will be a happy conversation.
でも日曜日はいっぱいいっぱいサービスしちゃうから。
She jokes.
それまでに他のこと全部終わらせて、私の何もかもを誠さんにあげるんだから。
I'm looking forward to it.
そうだよ。楽しいことの前には、ちょっとじらすくらいの方がいいんだよ。お祭りだって、準備の間が一番楽しいんだから。楽しくて、幸せな一週間の締めくくりだもんね。確かに短い時間だけど、その分、私は人生をぎゅっと圧縮してるんだから。
Nah, Hotaru. In contrast to her excited voice, my voice is calm. Will you marry me?
いいですよ。
She nods slightly, but then she catches sight of my serious expression, and her eyes widen. Her face quickly clouds, then blushes, then turns deep red. You don't want to?
そんなことない。でも、なんで？
Remember what Kyoko said? A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and the happiest event in the couple's lives. So, will you marry me, Hotaru? She answers instantly, and the smile that blooms across her face feels like the accumulation of summer. She's speechless, flustered, but her smile never falters. She puts both her hands to her cheeks and looks all around and makes happy sounds.
結婚だなんて、マジ？
I only wish I had thought of it sooner.
そんなことないよ。間に合ってるもん。
That's true. She's right. There's still time. But to be honest, I only up with that idea just now, so I haven't thought about the details at all.
そうですね。
You said you prefer a Western wedding over a Japanese one, right?
そう。ドレスを用意しなきゃ。場所は、ここで、人は...
Well, we probably can't invite anyone. We can't explain the situation, even to Kokoro or Mana. No matter how we try, we'll be unable to avoid talking about Hotaru's impending death. And trying to use my kotodama to get around that would just be in bad taste.
二人きりの結婚式っていうのも、ドラマチックで、ロマンチックですけどね。
You think so?
うわー、どうしましょう。やることが増えちゃった。
Is there more besides getting a dress?
気持ちの整理とか、ワクワクすることが増えたんだよ。じゃあ、日曜日の時間は、私が用意することがいろいろあるから、午後3時。
Okay, this is random. I've been to a lot of weddings. I always wonder why it always occurs at around 2 or 3 p.m. Maybe it's just coincidence for me. Anyway. Understood. We'll meet here at 3 p.m. then.
嬉しい。
She flies to me as if happiness is overflowing from her heart. I catch her petite body in my arms and embrace her.
やったー。私、お嫁さんだ。
She looks up at me from within my arms. Can I kiss you?
ダメ。愛の言葉も、キスも、こうなったら日曜まで取っておくのよ。
This is torture.
恥ずかしい。
She buries her face in my chest. I close my eyes too and hug her tight. Wait, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab water. Okay, I'm back. And so it came to pass that I was consigned to solitude for the next 2 days. For 48 hours, I could only slowly go insane as I waited for Sunday to arrive. Once in a while, a text would arrive from Hotaru. Sometimes it would tell me that she was with a friend. Sometimes it would tell me that what she was seeing and what she was feeling at the time. Sometimes it would tell me simply that she wished she could be with me. The last text told me that she was going to have dinner with her parents. There was no text about the result of that dinner. I hope that dinner went well and had a happy conclusion. But besides that, I was alone. When I was at home, I just continued my daily life as usual. 2 more peaceful days at Origami Kisa. In the world at large, nothing was amiss. But when I had time, I slipped out of the house, wearing my yukata, and went hiking in the mountains. Surrounded by the trees and stones, and breathing the fresh mountain air, I was better able to concentrate. What did I want to concentrate on? And there were 3 topics I wanted to think over. First of them actually didn't need much thought. Is there really no soul behind Hotaru's warm, intelligent smile? I can't believe that. Not for a second. If I trust my instincts, it's clear as day. No, she does have a soul. And just like how I originally misunderstood the nature of my Kotodama power, she, despite how intelligent she is, probably has surprising blind spot when it comes to herself. The original Hotaru told me herself. The doctors told her they couldn't even understand how she was still alive. That's one miracle. The other kiseki is her ability to create copies of herself. It's only natural to see these kiseki are connected. Sumari. It's not that my Kotodama doesn't work on the copy Hotaru's. Probably their life force is being sapped by the original Hotaru, making it impossible for my Kotodama to take effect. Each week, the copy disappears, and the life force she accumulated is applied to the original Hotaru, extending her life. Of course, this is just a guess on my part. Whether I'm right or wrong, there's not much need to think about this too hard. Then the two remaining topics. First, saving Hotaru. I need to save the original slide without sacrificing my own or sacrificing anyone else. But in the end, I wasn't able to come up with a way to satisfy all three of these conditions. So all that's left is to give up. I don't mean to give up on saving Hotaru. I mean, I had to give up on one of those three conditions. There's no other choice. For me to go on living, I need to have Hotaru by my side. I'm able to be human when I'm with her, and only when I'm with her. When I told her that, I wasn't lying. It's the truth. Since I came down from the mountains, I've changed so much. My emotions come more freely, and my mind has become less rigid. I'm a human now. But as long as I remain a human being, I can't save Hotaru. Finally, the last topic I need to think about. The original Hotaru is able to block my kotodama. No matter how ruthless I try to be, my kotodama won't succeed unless that woman who calls herself a god agrees with my goal and allows it. So, how do I break her will? I can't win against her when it comes to self-interested argument and hateful emotions. That's her element, not mine. It's meaningless to try to defeat darkness with more darkness. It's simple. I don't have to fight the darkness. All I had to do is pierce it with light. This is Kingdom Hearts. Shit all over again. Anyway. As I fill my lungs with the fresh mountain air, I look up at the sky. It's time for my Natsu journey to come to an end. It's time for me to fulfill my dream. And to do that, it's time for me to become a god once again. I am he who speaks. Bane but a word, boon but a word. August. The height of Natsu. I put on my Seifuku and start walking up the road to school. Calm, peaceful, bright. Hot and humid. Natsu. I loosen the collar of my shirt, letting the breeze reach the sweaty skin underneath. The heat is one reason, but I'm also nervous about meeting Hotaru. Marriage. It'll be in name only, but it's only natural that I'll feel nervous and excited at the same time. But more than that, I'm happy that I'm going to see her again. I arrive at the school gates and look up at the main building. Huh. What to think of it? This building itself looks kind of like a Western church. My guy wasn't listening during the explanations. I never noticed. Hotaru once told me that I'd soon get used to the sight of the building, and she was absolutely right. As a student, I barely think about it anymore. I'm a little early. Will I get there first, or is she already there? Either way, I can't wait. I cut across the courtyard and opened the door to the kyokai. Hotaru is already there. She's standing at the altar, facing the door I've just come through. Her usual energetic greeting doesn't materialize. Instead, she looks at me silently, a shy smile on her face. Sunlight sparkles through the stained glass windows, illuminating her from many sides. I'm unable to speak, captivated by the sight. Here, clothed in a dress of purest white, is the most beautiful girl in the world. After a few seconds, I slowly make my way to the altar. Even once, I'm standing in front of her. She doesn't speak, but simply looks up at me. Kirei da, Hotaru. I murmur as if in a dream. An elegant laugh escapes her lips.
ありがとうございます。そう。女の子は、可愛いって言われたい時と、綺麗って言われたい時があるんです。今は、綺麗が正解。
You're Hotaru, all right. I relax a little at her words, but my heart is still beating her crazy. とっても綺麗. And the dress looks great on you.
レンタルでもよかったけど、せっかくだし、貯金全部使って買っちゃった。
She laughs as she fiddles with a white flower in her hair. It's not just her clothes that are different. The whole atmosphere around her feels different.
私、すっごくドキドキしてる。
俺も。
いつまでも、こうして見つめ合っていたい。
Hi. Yes. I would like that too. This is the happiest moment of my life. I wouldn't mind if time stopped forever right now. In this moment, everything is whole. Everything is complete.
たくさん、話したいことがあるの。今日が最後だから。あなたに伝えたいことを、いっぱい考えたの。でも、いいかな？もう、何も言う必要がないんだね。
No, you don't. We don't need words. I can feel that the hearts are connected. In a wedding, there's usually a priest or a pastor, right?
ええ。でも、今は二人だけだから、私たち二人でやるのよ。いい？
Okay.
おままごとみたい。
She laughs, tickled, but then looks up at me seriously again. I wonder what kind of expression is on my face. Hoping it's not too vacant, I try to create a serious expression too. I did a little research too. I guess mainly we swear our eternal love for each other.
そう。
She reaches out her slender arm and places her small hand on my chest.
織部誠さん。あなたは、健やかなる時も、病める時も、喜びの時も、悲しみの時も、富める時も、貧しき時も、水無月蛍を愛し、敬い、助け、その命ある限り、真心を尽くすことを誓いますか？
I do so vow. I place my hand over hers. Do you, Minazuki Hotaru, vow the same?
はい。誓います。
She smiles again, the smallest of tears in the corners of her eyes.
お嫁さん。新婚さんだ。
It seems like you were really looking forward to being one. Ureshi.
もちろん、最高よ。
I smile too, glad she's happy.
そういえば名前変わるんだよね。
ん？
旦那さんの名字に合わせるのが普通なんだけど、そういえば誠さんの織部って、そう名乗ってるだけだよね。
Ah, true.
本当の名字って何なの？
It's not really important, to be honest. Most everyone in our village has the same surname, except a few people like Mana's family.
教えてほしいな。
She cutely cocks her head to the side. That's just not fair. My real surname is... I lean down and whisper my true name into her ear.
そう、
What do you
なる
see?
ほど。
Oh, no. What do you see?
名は体を表すですね。
Don't tell anyone. Wait, they're really going to hide his actual surname? Why?
内緒。
She laughs mischievously. I look up at the stained glass windows overhead, picturing the sky beyond them.
どうしたの？ちょっと悲しそうな声。
I was just wishing we could live together after this. We could find a nice, quiet plot of land, tilt a farm, a field, spend all 4 seasons together, raise children and grow old together. I wish we could have been together forever. I smile awkwardly. Strange. I left my village to escape exactly that kind of life. And yet, now I've started to think that it might be the happiest kind of life of all.
そう。ごめんね。本当は、ごめんよりも、ありがとうがいいんだけど、それだけは、そういう未来が、ないことだけは、
It's alright. Arigato.
こちらこそ、ありがとうございます。ところで、誠さん、一つお忘れですよ。
Huh?
もう、違うことに感極まって、鈍感なんだから、
She puts her index finger to her lips.
誓いの、チュー。
Of course. I put my hands on her shoulders. My heart jumps as my skin touches hers. I'm drawn into the pools of her eyes.
どうしたの？
I'm just nervous.
あれだけいろいろしてきたのに、今さらキスで？
When I think that this kiss means the end of our wedding, I feel like I don't want to end it.
そうね。終わらせたくない。でも、キスをして、キスを、いっぱいして。唇にも、胸にも、手にも、足にも、キスをして、今日だけで、一生分、私を愛して、あなたに、私の何もかもを愛してほしい。奪ってほしい。私を刻み込んでほしい。それが、私の最後のわがまま。お願いできますか？
I'm a god who grants wishes. But more importantly, I'm Hotaru's husband. Actions speak louder than words. So without answering, I lean in and put my lips to hers. And as we join in love, I gently lay my wife down on the floor.
あ、
Just does it right then and there. Nice, I guess. I thought that Hotaru would just accept it, but she gasped. So I wonder what the deal is.
その、
What's wrong?
いえ、人間って現金なものですね。こんな時でも ドレスにシワができちゃうとか、レンタルじゃなくてよかったとか考えちゃって。
I'll let out a laugh. I love that part of you, Hotaru.
そうなの？なんで？
Because the fact that you're so concerned over your clothes is proof that you have the will to live. Basically, you're not giving way to desperation just because you know today's your final day. You're living even as we speak. I put feeling and force into my hands as it holds hers.
なるほど。
Hotaru answers back by squeezing her hand as well.
こういうことを人から諭されるの変な感じ。
Well, you've always been the one to be teaching me after all.
エッチなこと以外は。
I guess so. Her face and her words suggest it, so I bring myself for a kiss. I lock my lips with hers. Hotaru's lips are small and supple. They scrunch up if in desire of me, and I gently peck at them.
もう一度。
I do it once more.
もう一度。
I do it once more, not just on the lips, but touching my tongue slightly with hers as well.
一度。
I do it once more. This time, neither of us immediately back away. Hotaru's tongue sticks out in desire. I answer back with my own tongue, tangling it. We slowly and gently caress the lining of our mouths. In order to contain the pleasure, Hotaru's hand starts to squeeze from between my fingers tightly.
気持ちいい。
Hotaru looks up at me with heated eyes.
そういえば、
Hmm?
誠さんとエッチの時にちゃんとキスしたの初めてかも。
Huh? What? Is that right?
勢い任せだったから。
Oh, right. Sorry about that.
なんで謝るんですか？キスのことを忘れちゃうくらいすごかったってことじゃないですか。
You're right. I smile and give her a kiss on the cheek this time. Then I plant one on her ear and her neck. Hotaru lets out a ticklish giggle. My heart warm. I move further down to her collarbone. It seems to feel good as her panting gets amorous. I continue sliding my lips down to just above her breasts. I swerve to the side and shower her slender shoulder, arm, and back of her hand in kisses.
いいね。
Hotaru lets out a hot sigh. I love you, Hotaru.
はい。私もです。
Hotaru whispers as I lap at her fingers. Then I sit up, giving her knee, shin, in front of her foot a kiss.
本当にいっぱいキスされてる。
What the?
もっと。
There are tears in Hotaru's eyes as she nods, embarrassed and aroused for what's in store for after this. And the only place I haven't kissed yet is under her dress. She loops her hand around her to her back and starts fiddling with something. Once she does, I can feel her dress get looser. Arigato. I lock lips with Hotaru again and slide the top of her Now that everything is over, we drift in a calm, gentle riviera. As I embrace Hotaru at the altar, I feel pleasantly weary and almost want to fall asleep right here. The world is quiet. I can't hear anything but the sounds of our breaths and our heartbeats. It's as if there's nobody else on earth but us.
よかった。
In my arms, she murmurs softly. I smile quietly as I look down at her.
なんだか夢を見ていたみたい。変な意味じゃなくて、それくらい今私は幸せすぎるの。わかる？
I know exactly what you mean. I most certainly do. Arigato, Hotaru. I smile again. I hope my smile shows how thankful I am for everything.
あ、うん。
She looks confused, but she nods shyly.
ありがとうって何が？
No, I just felt like seeing it, I guess.
それなら私もありがとう。
Words of thanks are good words.
そうだよ。世界で一番綺麗な言葉。ありがとう。サンキュー。グラシアス。
I get it. What are the second and third most beautiful words in the world?
いただきますと、またね、かな？
Mata ne. Kana.
また会おうね。略して、またね。
Ah. I actually never thought about how many variations of matane there are. I must have used several of them at some point though. There are clearly still plenty of things for me to learn.
私が言うとあれだけど、普通に一生過ごしても全然足りないくらい、世界には楽しいことと新しいことが溢れてるよ。だから、誠さんは、それを見つけてね。いっぱいいっぱい、幸せになってね。
She smiles. She smiles for my sake alone. There's no hidden meaning, no calculation, no bravado. She really, truly, just wants me to be happy. I will. As I speak, I turn to look at the orange light of the sunset coming in from the windows. Hotaru doesn't have much time left, 5, maybe 6 hours. She says that I mustn't grieve for her because she has been happy. But at the same time, she accepts and acknowledges that I will grieve for her anyway. She once asked if I would cry for her when she was gone. If she could give me the gift of tears, since I never cried before. She's very strong. She even told me that she'd prefer I go out with Kokoro rather than Mana and Kyoko after she dies. That's how seriously she's facing her own death and how singly focused she is on my happiness. However, I have my own wish to attend to.
誠さん？
She murmurs to me. I turn to look at her again. What is it, Hotaru?
なんでもない。もしよかったらだけど、すぐには無理だけど、後で、もう一回くらいはいいんだけど。
There's something else you'll want to do before the day is over, right? Do you want to go and see the Hotaru?
そう。最後はあの場所。お夕飯は折り紙で食べようか。ココロンやマナちゃんやあずきさんに会えるし。それから神社でお参りして、また京子さんにも会って、それで湖かな。
Sounds like a pretty busy schedule.
大丈夫。あなたと一緒なら、もう私は大丈夫だから。
She seems to have no regrets at all. Ah. I'm so happy.
この1週間で、ホタルは一生分の幸せをもらいました。ありがとう。誠さん。
I can't finish my sentence. I can't find the words to respond to her gratitude. I hope I've been able to properly express all of my love to you.
もちろんよ。何か足りてないと自分で思っちゃうの？
I'm not a good communicator like you are, Hotaru, but I hope you know that I love you with all my heart and soul.
そうね。誠さんの言い方ってなんかシリアスすぎだよね。もっと情緒たっぷりな言い方じゃないと。
She brings her face to my chest.
あなたの心臓の音が聞こえる。トクントクンっていつまでも聞いていたい。
I slip my,
力強くて優しい音。
I slip my hand into the space between us and place it on her chest. Your heartbeat is small and cute.
どんな音？
Kind of like a squirrel.
変な表現？
She laughs happily. My darling Hotaru. Nah, Hotaru. Something just occurred to me.
何？
You've taken my last name now, right? That means you're not Minazuki Hotaru anymore.
そうだね。
She looks confused, not understanding what I'm trying to say. I smile gently. Which means you're not her copy anymore. You get what I mean?
そうね。
She thinks briefly, then nods uncertainly.
でも、それがどうしたの？
It was just like you to realize that. You are not a copy of Minazuki Hotaru. I pour my will into the soft words. That's all. I've done what I had to do. This was the first step. But I had to be careful not to let anything slip in my words, or betray anything in my face, or she'll read my mind. And yet,
誠さん。
she places a hand on my chest and brings her face closer to mine.
言霊で本物のホタルを助けることはできないんだよね。
No,
本当にできないんだよね。
I really can't. I can't say the original Hotaru.
誠さんはあずきさんを助けたり、他にもいろいろあって、もうほとんど力も命も残されてないんだよね。
Well, I'm not about to drop that any minute or anything, but yes, that's right.
だったら、誠さんは今、何を考えてるの？
She looks into my eyes, worried, and I smile back at her. I'm thinking about how much I love you. I'm always thinking about that. I love her so much. I'm so glad I left my village. I'm so glad that my cousin saved my life when I was a child, so that I could grow up and find my way to this moment. I'm so glad that I was born into this world. And I'm so glad that I was able to meet you. Arigato gozaimashita. I was able to learn that the world positively sparkles with the light of all the happiness it contains. This world will welcome me in, and I was able to truly be part of it. And so, Hotaru,
何？
arigato gozaimashita. One more time with all my gratitude. I'll see you again soon. Mata'ao. I laugh and kiss her lightly. Just a touch of the lips, so we'll have no regrets. Hotaru's eyes widen as her mind races. Ah, what a smart girl you are. I never expected to be able to hide anything from you. This is something you were always going to realize. She clings to me.
ダメだよ。なんだかわからないけどダメだよ。誠さんがやろうとしてることダメ。絶対にダメ。何をなんで
Hotaru. I call her name, but she doesn't loosen her grip on me.
私もう大丈夫なんだよ。いいの、もう十分だから。あなたはいいの、私だけでいいから。やめて、お願いだから。
She hugs me with all her strength, refusing to let me go. She understands now. She's been thinking so hard about how to make it easier for me to be left behind when she goes. So she can't help but recognize what I'm doing when I'm doing the same for her. Hotaru, relax and stay still. I murmured a kotodama into her ear.
そんな言霊。
Her mouth hangs open in shock. I slowly, carefully, gently pry her fingers away from my back. Then I lower her arms. You won't be able to stop me. She whimpers, unable to resist. Her arms hang limp at her side, and her knees must be locked.
言霊が私に。
You see? Hora. I smile. You do have a soul, Tamashi, after all. The original Hotaru claimed that my kotodama not working on her copies was proof that they were mere puppets. But well, just look. There's no way that this girl, with her blood running warm in her veins, could be a mere puppet. Tears suddenly begin to flow from her eyes, without warning, without a sound. I lean down to whisper into her ear. Today, you'll sleep well and have happy dreams. Tomorrow, you'll wake up again as Hotaru, and you'll hang out with your friends and have fun. The summer heat feels good on your skin. You don't need to cry anymore. I love you so much. And so I want you to smile. I softly pat her on the back. I stand up straight. Then I turn my back on her and begin to walk. And I don't look back. It's time for me to go.
なんで今なの今さらこんな言霊で魂なんて私いらない私はあなたがいれば今日あなたがいてくれれば何もいらないのにダメ誠やめて行かないで行かないでいやお願い行かないで行っちゃダメ
I hear. Wait. It automatically. I hear her shouting behind me, but I absolutely refuse to look back. I don't let my feet stop moving. To live is to decide for yourself, and I am alive. As if to cut off her voice, I close the kyokai door behind my back as I leave. As I emerge into the courtyard, I look up at the sky where the sunset is melting into dust. I don't have the thickest speck of regret, tiniest speck of regret. So it's time I brought an end to my journey. I return home briefly to change into my yukata. Then, just as I did once before, I hurry through the nighttime streets, headed straight for the byoin.
遅かったね
The other Hotaru is smiling. It's been a week since I saw you last, hasn't it?
え1週間無理ね
In just 1 week, she's visibly deteriorated. She lies limply against her pillow, struggling to speak, but her eyes alone haven't lost any of their power. Her will to live is just as strong as it's ever been.
間に合わないかと思ったわ思いついた私を救う方法
1.
それはよかった
The other Hotaru doesn't ask any further questions. She doesn't care about anything else. She's desperate to live, and nothing else matters. So I asked her a question instead. You, Minazaki Hotaru, wish not to die. Am I correct?
そうよ
And to live in a healthy body, correct?
そうよ
And to find happiness, correct?
そうよ
Glimpsing a chance she's actually going to be saved, the other Hotaru is unable to contain her glee. And that swells my emotions greatly. They sink deep inside me. And now I'm calm. Hoi. I hold out my hand to her. The hand of salvation. The hand that will end her suffering. Shuddering, she raises her torso from the bed, then collapses forward. I catch her body and cradle it in my arms. It's incredibly emaciated, but I can tell that it's the same body as Hotaru's. I bring my mouth to her ear. Come, let me grant Hotaru's wish. You are not the real Minazaki Hotaru. The words are not what she expected, but I've foreseen everything. I hug her body even more tightly. I'll say it once more. You are not the real Minazaki Hotaru.
何を
Her bewildered voice rings in my ears. You should realize. Smart as you are, you should realize what it is that I'm trying to do. There it is. The original Hotaru begins to struggle in my arms, trying to get away from me.
ふざけるな
But she has no strength. I don't let her go. I simply continue to speak. I don't have enough life force left in me to save anyone anymore. But by doing this, I can still save Minazaki Hotaru. She said it herself. She was the real Hotaru. And the Hotaru I knew was a series of fake puppets. I can't say this Hotaru. There's no way to do so. And I mustn't do so. In which case, all I had to do is switch their natures. You are the puppet. And she is the real Hotaru. If I do that, Minazaki Hotaru will survive in a healthy body. In this way, the life force is neither added nor subtracted from anyone, so even I, as I am now, can accomplish it. Your cycle of suffering and misfortune will end, and the world can continue to turn unperturbed. With my Kotodama, it is possible. And that's all there is to it.
して
I hold firmly in my arms a single soul that's trying desperately to live on. I can't bring myself to love this Hotaru, but I can love her soul. You are only a bad dream. You, lying in your dark bed, laughing at others' unhappiness, even while you envy them, cannot be allowed to be the real Hotaru. The real Hotaru is unquestionably her, standing under the blue summer sky, praying for others' happiness and helping them achieve it. There's something known as Amatsutsumi. They said the title.
罪
A sin committed by a god. You say that you and I are both gods. And if that be the case, we cannot be allowed to live here in the human world. Number 4. Shikimaki. The sin of planting your seeds on land where others have already planted theirs. When someone is struggling desperately to survive, to strip them of that will, that desire is a sin, even for an all-powerful god. So, if you call yourself Hotaru's god, you must die.
私は生きたいの。苦しいことは、いや、辛いことは、苦しいことは、いや。生きて、幸せになりたい。
Her voice pours out her throat as large tears roll down her cheeks. She resists me with all her might. Indeed, no matter how many times I speak my kotodama to her, I can tell it's not getting true. Her wish, her will, and her strength, true though evil, are absolute. Even if she's committed a sin, she still wants to live. She still wants to become happy. She wants these things badly enough that she's even able to resist my kotodama. I understand. I may be the only one who can understand. There's one more piece to the puzzle. And that missing piece is something you once taught me, Hotaru. You can't simply tell people what to do. First and foremost, you have to respect their perspective. Yes, you are me. Hotaru, owari da. You've done all you can. You tried your best. So, if you'll give up on yourself, I'll die with you. Hotaru is dumbfounded. And at that instant, I finally break through. For the sudden pain shooting through my chest, I know that my kotodama has pierced her soul.
それなら、いいかな。あなたが一緒に死んでくれるなら、もう、いいかな。
For a moment, I almost hear her thoughts, spoken by a voice directly from her heart. They're spoken in a silent voice, straight from her heart. It's a voice overflowing with loneliness, but at long last, it's a lovely human voice. Realizing what's happened, she wails in despair. Her will to live was flawless to the point of divinity, but for a split second it cracked. For a split second she gave up, and that was enough. I slowly let her go. She continues to whimper as she falls back onto the bed and sinks deeper into her pillow. Gomen ne, Hotaru. All I can give you now is my pity, but I'm sorry. You and I have maybe 3 hours left. My wish came true. As the kotodama had escaped my lips, part of it had entered my ears. That's how much feeling I put into it. I am he who speaks. Bane but a word, boon but a word. If you are to disappear at midnight, then that is when I too will meet my end.
そんな。
She whispers.
何を。私は、そんな時間で。何を。どうすれば。
A look of disbelief is plastered on her face. As if suddenly remembering my presence, she turns her pleading eyes on me. Whenever the original Hotaru became one of the puppets she was so despised, she was finally able to reconnect to the world again. And today is no different. I return her gaze. You know the answer. Think for yourself and decide.
私か
If you really are Minazuki Hotaru, then you can do it. I look to the room's one window, closed and covered by the curtains. I draw back the curtains and lock the window and throw it open. The humid air of the world outside comes flooding in, filling the dark and lightless room. It's Natsu now. With that, I turn to leave. I hear laughter rising from the darkness behind me. Completely insane laughter. But I don't look back. I won't see her again.
行きなさい。
Ikinasai. Anyway, I'm making my way down the shore of the lake now. My breathing is ragged. I'm dragging my feet along one after another as I slowly make my way down the beach. But I'm still alive. It's quite a short walk from the viewing to here, but it's already taken me 2 full hours. This is the end of my life. I feel incredibly tired. I can barely tell where my skin ends and the night air begins. I'm beset by the sensation that might evaporate at any moment. It feels familiar. This is the 3rd time I've felt this way after all. This time, well, this time. There's really no saving me. Even if Mana were to miraculously appear before me, there's nothing she could do. We made a promise. And promises are meant to be kept. Yes. As I recall, Kokoro once angrily asked me whether collapsing was my hobby. But this time, it's fine. There's still a little more time. Dragging my feet, I keep moving. And finally, I arrive.
行きなさい。
The Hotaru are dancing among the flowers that grow here.
行きなさい。
In my heart, I hear the voice of my Kasan when she tried to save me all those years ago. Recently, the voice is much weaker than it used to be, but it's still always with me. Even at a time like this, the remnant of my Kasan's will is still trying to save her child's life. I didn't live. I can't take another step. It feels like my feet have taken root in the ground. I can barely feel my own body heat anymore, or my pulse, but I'm still smiling. Arigato, Okasa.
そう。よかったわね。
I think I hear the voice reply, and then the voice disappears from my heart forever. Wait, what? Is that the remember when Kyoko said that he had like a guardian spirit thing? Oh, okay. My mind is blank. I have no regrets to ponder. I would have liked for my light to flash before my eyes. At least, to see Kokoro, Azuki-san, Mana, Kyoko, Koichi, and so many others. But instead, my mind is empty. Karappo. I'm suffused with happiness. I live. I made it all the way through and enjoyed every minute. The lights of the Hotaru in the air remind me of the lights floating on the water in the lake during the water lantern ceremony. I know it's a little crass, but I managed to take out my ketai and check the time. 11:58 p.m. I still had 2 minutes. That's right. I remember one promise I haven't fulfilled. I told her I'd see her again soon. Of course, I knew I wouldn't be able to keep that promise. It was a lie. Part of me did hope she'd be waiting here for me in this field just before the end. Unfortunately, thanks to my Kotodama, she must still be in the Kyokai. That's alright. Today, you really will sleep well. And tomorrow, you'll wake up to your first 8th day. Another 30 seconds or so. I'm going to die, huh? It seems a little uncaught to lead a course in this field, doesn't it? I breathe in. This is my last breath. I breathe out. And I speak my final words. Somewhere, somehow, we'll meet again. Hotaru. I see it now. My hands are beginning to glow faintly. I wish I could have lived. I wish I could have lived longer. The same wish as the original Hotaru springs forth in my breast. I always try to be honest with myself, but I guess I did want to live after all. I wanted to live on with Hotaru by my side. I wanted to have more fun. I wanted to learn more things. Ore wa sekai no suki nanda. Oh wait. Why did it did that thing? Why did it automatically did auto, man? Okay, I fucking hate when that. I see it now. My hands are beginning to glow faintly. I wish I could have lived. I wish I could have lived longer. Okay, let me click a little bit more. Huh? My vision begins to blur. For a moment, I think my eyes and face are starting to dissolve into light too. But no. I feel something hot flowing down my cheeks. Huh? I'm amazed. I touch my hand to my cheek, then bring my fingers to my face. The streak with thin, clear liquid. Namida. My lips move silently. What should I? So this is what it's like to cry. As the namida continues to roll down my cheeks, I can't help but smile in fascination. At the absolute last minute, Hotaru has sent me yet another gift. Ore wa. I don't know why it did the auto thing there. I open my eyes. My mind is blank and I try to remember. I couldn't move. I was crying my eyes out. Eventually, I lay down on the floor and fell into a very restful sleep.
Makoto.
I recall his name, the name of the person I loved the most in this world. He isn't here. I stand up. I can move. Then I remember I'm wearing a long dress, a wedding dress, a wedding. I lead the kyokai in a school quiet air. Outside, I'm beset by the humid summer heat. The sky is dark, the darkest part of the night just before dawn.
月曜日。
Yes, midnight must be long past. I hike up my wedding dress and I run. The byoin. With nothing to drown them out, the echoes of my footsteps ring loud around me as I rush down the corridor. She's not here. No one is here. Then I, who should have been here, isn't here. Because I'm here. I run. The lake. I find something strange. There are countless dozens of footsteps on the shore, but only one shows signs of something being dragged along the ground. Someone shuffled painfully past here. I run. Our secret meeting place. Many beautiful memories float through the air here. I look around. He's not here. No one is here. No, something is here. His yukata is lying on the ground. There's nothing inside. I stand still, my mind blank, unable to think. Everything has ended. And I am here. A single light leads the flock of Hotaru and makes its way toward me. It must be used to humans such as myself. It slowly floats past my shoulder and then my cheek as if caressing me.
ホタル。
No, it's not. It's a hikari. Inside the hikari, there's no living being. It's pure light, faintly shining as it flows through the air. The light settles on my unconsciously outstretched hand. It lands on my left ring finger. And there, it faintly sparkles. Gently, I cover it with my other hand. I bring it to my chest, and I embrace it. It's so warm. I'm still deciding on the thumbnail. My tears overflow. I cry out with all my strength and all my heart. I cry out the name of the one I love. I cry out louder than I ever have or will. I cry out, my face streaked with tears, my eyes red, my nose running. You kept your promise. We really did meet again. So I will try to live, after all. But I'm sorry. And thank you. One day, I'm sure I'll be able to smile again. But for today, please, let me cry.
小さな光寄り添い合えばそう未来を指して青く広がる晴れ渡る空見上げるもう言葉すらいらないからただ抱きしめていて時は永遠に
August, the height of summer. That week, the week of miracles, Kiseki, is over. And since then, another week has come and gone. And this is the world after the midnight chime. It's just the same as it ever was. I keep my fingers crossed, hoping something extra fun will happen, while the world continues to turn, happily, peacefully.
じゃあね、猫ちゃん。
Having finished visiting the veritable rain of headbats upon the Koneko, I stand up again. They've been growing, bit by bit, since we first discovered them that day. As proof that time is flowing.
しかし、暑いわ。
I often say unpleasant experiences make you feel like you're alive, but this much heat, several days in a row, is enough to defeat anyone. I open my parasol. I feel a little cooler now. But I can't help tilting it to peek up at the sky from time to time. Because, well, it's summer. I buy ramune at the roadside stall. I quench my thirst as I walk, rattling the marble in the neck of the glass bottle. Strange patterns dance on the ground as the sunlight reflects chaotically through the glass.
瓶のラムネはキスの味。
I hold the chilled bottle against my cheek. Condensation wets my skin, but it feels nice. For some reason, even though it's cold, it reminds me of your warm hand. Mite, Makoto-san. I'm alive. I hear the chirping of cicadas. I hear birdsong. I hear the sound of the waves. I smell the slightly fishy odor of the lake. I smell the grass. I see so many people. I see their smiles, and I hear their voices. Through the soles of my shoes, I feel the reassuring presence of the earth. The more I sweat, the more I feel the breeze coming off the lake.
ちょっと寂しくて、毎日頑張ってるくせに泣いちゃうんだけど。でも、生きてるよ。
And that is a happy thing, all by itself. I am alive. Sometimes I wonder whether my old self, the original Hotaru, got her wish after all. Did I use you and your power to? Well, who knows? No matter what answer I come up with, what I choose to regret, or how I come to live with it, it won't change anything. That's just how humans are. But there's one thing I'm sure of. By meeting you, I was able to find happiness. I'm still happy now, and I'm sure I'll continue to be happy from now on.
ありがとう。
Words of thanks are good words. Makoto-san, do you hear them? As I stand gazing into the sky, I sense someone standing next to me.
やあやあ、ホタル。元気かね？どうしたの、心？
There are many things about my best friend that I don't quite understand. Like, why she's here. Or why recently she stopped bear hugging me every time we meet. But with Kokoron, that's only natural, I suppose. She's spontaneous to the core. What you see is what you get.
暑いね。暑い。ラムネちょうだい。ダメ。日傘貸して。ダメ。意地悪。私、アイスのおごり、忘れてません。あれ？そんな話してたかな。
Kokoron spectacularly fails to whistle as she turns her head away from me towards the lake. Looking at her face and profile, I venture to ask a question.
ねえ、マナちゃんは、まだ家にいる？うん、いるよ。しばらく体調悪くして寝込んでたけど、最近はお腹が空いたって、ご飯をいっぱい食べるようになった。あれで体重が増えないどころか、おっぱいが大きくなるんだから。世の中って不平等だよね。あと最近、お店の手伝いもするようになった。そう。
Mana-chan surely guesses what happened, but apparently she has decided to stay in this town. Kyoko-san had that incident with Suzuka. She probably knows as well. Kokoron and Azuki-san. I'm not sure. It's been hard to mention Makoto-san in front of them, and even now I haven't found out the situation. But both of them seem to be acting far too normally. Could Mana-chan have used her kotodama to erase their memories of Makoto-san?
ねえ、ココロン。はいよ。誠さん、どこ行っちゃったんだろうね。
Kokoron looks at me. I wonder what emotion she'll show me. But she betrays all my expectations by flashing me a bright smile.
兄さんはね、また旅に出たんだよ。
She takes my hand, the one not holding the parasol, into her own. Then she stands beside me and faces the lake too.
だって兄さん、いつもこっそり出かけちゃって、どこか変なところで行き倒れてるんだもん。またどこかで、私みたいな子に塩キャンディーをもらって、妙なことに巻き込まれて、帰るに帰れなくなっちゃってるの。携帯なくして、電話番号もわからなくなって、連絡できなくて。そもそも、方向音痴っぽいし、うちがどこにあるのかも、わからなくなっちゃってるの。でも、いつか帰ってくるよ。だって、兄さんを大好きな人が、ここにはたくさんいるんだから、きっと、帰ってくるよ。そうだね。
He really is. I start to feel like he might suddenly pop up any moment. Yes. He always was a summer traveler.
よし！
Kokoron suddenly shouts.
私アイス買ってくる！はあ、ええ。
I take out my saifu and remove 500 yen, a 500 yen coin.
ココロンはホタルにおごりで、ココロンの分は私が出すよ。ちょっと高いの食べちゃおう。わーい、ホタルン大好き！
She shouts over her shoulder with a smile as she runs off with my coin clutched in her fist. Yes.
あれで気を使ってるのかな？
I don't think I ever fully understand Kokoron or Azuki-san. While I wait, I turn back to the lake. I tilt back my parasol and look up at the Alzara. I gently rub my belly. I want to make sure to warm it up in advance so it doesn't get too cold after Kokoro comes back. What kind of things do hatch from eggs anyway?
ねえ。あなたは今何色ですか？
I murmur to the summer sky. To you, wherever your travels are taking you. I hope my voice reaches you. From now on, I'm sure I'll look up at the autumn, winter, and spring skies in just the same way. And I'm sure I'll ask you the same question as many times as it takes. But the truth is, I already know the answer. What color are you? A bright sunny blue.
Amatsutsumi.
All right, and that is the first ending. We're gonna go through the second ending later on the next upload. I'm gonna get some sleep. I actually started like, I don't know, 8 yesterday. Then I fell asleep. Then I woke up in like around 2 and continued. Then I fell asleep, and now it's like 7 a.m. I'm gonna get more sleep. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed watching, and
Amatsutsumi.
I'll see you guys on the next upload. I'm excited. I'm really excited how this ends, because honestly, this first ending, obviously it kind of sucks that Bakata died and all. I mean, it's obviously died, man. I mean, he sure says it, but it's not that hits me hard. Like for me, the thing that hits me hard is like
Amatsutsumi.
essentially you this ending it doesn't sit well for me, because I don't like the idea of denying the original Hotaru. You know, I don't like that, man. She deserves as much as the other Hotarus as well, you know. So I really want to see the other ending. You know, giving her a chance and see what kind of solution we end up with.
Amatsutsumi.
Anyway, I hope you guys are watching, and I'll see you guys on the next upload. The next upload should be the last upload for Amatsutsumi, because I already mentioned in this previous upload something about, especially having gone through this now, I really felt like the finality of the whole thing just like made me like I don't want to check the other routes. It doesn't feel right to Hotaru. Anyway, I'll see you guys. Ciao.
Amatsutsumi.
席に今もかけろのように揺れる可能性求めあまた繰り返しだけど信じているからずっとこの先もそれは蛍のように輝き続けたい好きだけどまだ言えないのわがままな恋心目の前の運命の螺旋越えてそれでもすぐ飛び込んで抱きしめて時の数だけいつまでも
1999年の7月終わらないんだよ。20日に世界が終わる。いい？今から飛ぶのよ。力を取り戻すために、世界を救うために。20日に世界が終わる。突然なんてことをやっていていいの？ のでしょうか。世界が生まれた時から定められたことなのです。
聞くがよい。世界は20日で動くものどもよ。これは紛れもない真実だ。
全てを知り、そして全てを知らない間宮君が
昨日はしゃぎすぎた皆さん、レスキュー開始。モーニングレスキュー、モーニングレスキュー、モーニング。
辛いやつを救え、ウコンの力モーニングレスキュー。
補充しよう。